expected rent, sir? Expected rent is municipal value fair rent, whichever is higher, compared that with standard rent, whichever is lower. That will be your expected rent. Expected rent should be compared with actual rent, and you should take whichever is higher. That will give you gross annual value. Gross annual value less municipal value, that will give you net annual value, and from that you subtract deductions, you will get your income from house property. Correct? This is what we had discussed in our previous class. Now let us write the format for computation of income from house property. Computation of okay. First you should write what's the name of the assessee. First you should write name of the assessee. First you should write what's the name of the assessee, previous year, assessment year. Computation of income from house property. Particulars. Then we have self-occupied property, let out property, and deemed to be let out property. Self-occupied property for residence. All that. Someone who's sitting there. Self-occupied property, let out property, and deemed to be let out property. When I say deemed to be let out property, what does that mean, sir? If there are coming now, allow them after 8 o'clock. Okay, you sit here only, don't allow them inside. If you have more than 2 self-occupied property. What is deemed to be let out property? If you are more than 2 self-occupied property, then it is called as deemed to be let out. Correct? No, because 2 properties you can claim exemption. Particulars. There are 3 types of property for computation purpose. One is self-occupied, let out, and deemed to be let out. So you will have municipal value. Compare that with fair rent and take whichever is higher. That whichever is higher, should be compared with standard rent, and you should take whichever is lower. That whichever is lower should be compared with that whichever is lower is our expected rent. That should be compared with our actual rent, and you take whichever is higher. That whichever is higher is what, sir? Whichever is higher is your gross annual value. From that gross annual value, you subtract municipal taxes, you will get your net annual value. From net annual value, subtract deductions under section 24. 24A is the standard deduction. How much, sir? Flat 30% of NAV. And you have 24B, interest on loan. And you have interest on loan. Now, after subtracting this deduction, what you get is called as income from house property. Income from house property. Now, can I say, in past tense, can I say for self-occupied property up to 2 self-occupied property are exempt? Up to 2 self-occupied property are exempt. Therefore, there will be no computation done for them. So, for them, can I say municipal value, fair rent, standard rent, all these things will be taken as 0. Why, sir? Because for them, we don't have to do any tax payment computation. But however, that property may have interest. The property in which I am staying, on that property I would have taken loan, therefore I may have interest. So for self-occupied property which is used for residence purpose, the income can either be 0 or can I say it can be loss. Why, sir, it will be loss? See, I am not generating any income, but because I am paying the interest amount, I may get a loss for the property which is self-occupied by me for what purpose? Residence purpose. Please note, when I say self-occupied for residence purpose, I am talking about up to, because if it is more than 2, then it is deemed to be let out. Now, can I say for let out property, so I should take everything? Yes. I should take everything. And I will have an income from house property, or it may be loss if my expenses are more. And for deemed to be let out property, because it is not actually let out, but we are assuming that it is let out. Deemed to be let out means it is not actually let out, but we are making an assumption that this property is let out. Therefore, we will have municipal value, fair rent, standard rent, expected rent, but actual rent will not be there. Why? Because it is not actually let out. If will actual rent be there? Deemed to be let out. Deemed to be let out means I am assuming that it is let out. Therefore, for that actual rent will not be there. You will get your gross annual value, subtract your municipal taxes, you will get your net annual value, subtract your done. Good morning. Those who are attending on YouTube live, very good morning. Ananya, Chetan, Murali, Ranjan. Done. Write down point number 1. Write the meaning of these words. Municipal value. Write down the first point. Municipal value. Municipal value means what? Value of the municipal value. It is the value of the house property. It is the value of the house property as per municipal records. It is the value of the house property as per municipal records. Value of the house property as per municipal records. Then fair rent. Second point, fair rent. It is the reasonable amount of rent. It is the reasonable amount of rent. It is the reasonable amount of rent charged for. It is the reasonable amount of rent charged for similar kind of property. Reasonable amount of rent charged for similar kind of property at that location. Reasonable amount of rent charged for similar kind of property at that location. Standard rent. Standard rent. It is the rent as per. It is the rent as per Rent Control Act. It is the rent as per Rent Control Act. It is the rent as per Rent Control Act. Darshini, you also come this side. Sit comfortable. I will be able to write. It is the rent as per Rent Control Act. Full stop. It is the maximum amount of rent. It is the maximum amount of rent. Maximum amount of rent that can be legally recovered. It is the maximum amount of rent which can be legally recovered by the owner from the tenant. Maximum amount of rent which can be legally recovered by the owner from the tenant. Actual rent. For actual rent, just write this. Actual rent is equal to rent received plus rent receivable minus unrealized rent. Rent received plus rent receivable minus unrealized rent. Rent received plus rent receivable minus unrealized rent. Then municipal taxes. This is important. Municipal taxes. Hey, please note. I think I have told this, but I'll tell this again. You don't have to by heart anything. Okay, like should I know this meaning of municipal value? No. You just have to know it. You don't have to by heart it for examination. You just have to know municipal value means as per municipal records. Okay, for example, if I ask you, what do you mean by exemption? What is exemption? What is tax? What is tax? Something their government is charging something from the income which you are earning. That meaning you should be knowing. Yeah, my understanding should be there on that topic. But I should not by heart it. They'll not ask you what is the meaning of tax, what is the meaning of this. We are writing only for your knowledge purpose. Okay, this is there. This is what it means. Municipal taxes. This is something which you have to know. Municipal taxes It is the taxes levied on the municipal taxes. It is the taxes levied on the house property. It is the taxes levied on the house property. It is the taxes levied on the house property by municipality. It is the taxes levied on the house property by municipality or local authority. Or local authority. Point number 2. In that only point number 2. It is allowed on payment basis. It is allowed on payment basis. What do you mean by this? If municipal taxes are paid, then you can subtract it. If in the question they say only municipal taxes, subtract it. Municipal taxes paid, subtract it. If they give municipal taxes payable, don't subtract it. So it is allowed only on payment basis, meaning if it is paid, it is allowed as deduction. Next point. It is allowed as deduction. It is allowed as deduction only if it is paid by. It is allowed as deduction only if it is paid by owner. It is allowed as deduction only if it is paid by owner. It is allowed as deduction only if it is paid by owner. Full stop. Continue. If it is paid by tenant, deduction will not be allowed. If it is paid by tenant, deduction will not be allowed. Sometimes in the question they will give you municipal taxes are paid by tenant, later reimbursed by owner. Should I subtract? Not subtract. Subtract. Why? Because it was paid by tenant. Maybe I was not available at that time. So tenant paid it. I gave it back to him. No. So it was reimbursed. So it is allowed. Then municipal taxes. If municipal taxes is given in percentage form, if municipal taxes is given in percentage form, it should be taken as a percentage of municipal taxes is given in percentage form. It should be taken as a percentage of municipal value. Municipal value. Sometimes they give you in percentage form. So 10%. Municipal value is 10%. 10% of what? Value. Okay. Yeah? Now, how do I do this? Without showing screen, I cannot show the screen problems. Question number 1. Please solve it. Jayashree owns 5 houses, all of which are let out. Solve. Compute gross annual value. What are you supposed to do in this question? Gross annual value. None. Give it to him. As it is. That is my number. Send me a message. I'll share the material. I have 5 houses. I should compute separately for each house. How will you add? If you add, I mean, one house is in Anna Nagar, one house is in T Nagar municipal value will be different. Na, 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 na. I have no idea. Do it for everyone, sir. Then I'll ask you. Do it for all the houses. Then I'll ask you. Who's calling me? Excuse me, someone called me. No one called me. Online says, please solve this question. Not applicable means not there. Zero and 90, that is not zero. Not applicable means not there. Please note, not applicable is not zero. How much page you should leave? Huh? 1.5 page. As per her handwriting. As per my handwriting, 1.5 page. You should leave this much, Sundari. One second. You have sent me message. Think about Sundari. My book. This I have written till here. 1 page, whatever it is. 1.25 page. You have sent me message.
Yes, sir.
Question. You are all in the same group. Huh? Everyone is in the same group. Online students, confirm once you receive the material. Sir, I am studying. Online students, just confirm once you receive the material. I shared one more thing. Done. But yeah, it is on your phone now. You can see there. Very sorry, sir. Na 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 na. பார்த்திருக்குது. Okay, patterns. Very good answers you have given to me in my life. Now she has these houses, house 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We are supposed to find her gross annual value. So what is gross annual value? First, how should I answer this? Miss Jayamma, previous year dot dot, assessment year dot dot. Computation of gross annual value. Particulars, house 1, 2, house 1, house 2, house 3, house 4 and house 5. Municipal value, fair rent, whichever is higher. Whichever is higher should be compared with standard rent, whichever is lower. That whichever is lower will give you, that whichever is lower is our expected rent. Compare that with actual rent, whichever is higher, that will give me my correct. Hey, whatever I have written, you have written the same thing. Now, Ingepa, what is the answer for the first house you have received? 90. So I'll check. So I'll write 80,000. Compare that with 90,000. Whichever is higher is 90,000. Compared with standard rent, which is not there. Therefore, I'll take. Compare that with 72,000. So gross annual value will be 90,000 rupees. Everyone got the same answer? Huh?
Yes.
House number 2. 55,000. 60,000. Whichever is higher is 60,000. Compare that with 75,000. I'll get. Whichever is less is 60,000. Compare that with 72,000. Answer is whichever is higher. Gross annual value is 72,000. Yeah, house number 3. What did you get? 65,000. 65,000. Therefore 65,000. Compare that with 58,000. Therefore 58,000. Compare that with 60,000. Therefore 60,000. House 4. 24,000. 25,000. 25,000. 25,000. 30,000. 30,000. 80,000. 75,000. 80,000. 78,000. 78,000. 72,000. Last answer is what, sir?
8,000.
Yeah, have you all got these answers? How was the movie, Sundri? Pakka. Going today, so I'm asking. Our story same only. Wait. Sarkuri, wait 1 minute. From thousands of years, a man getting married to a woman only. Nice. Hey, if whether it is nice or not, I am going. Rohini.
Hey, spoiler. He's gonna watch it.
It does not affect me. Trailer only tells the story. There are 2 people, the broker. Then they, yeah.
Eventually they like it.
Movie, I don't want go watch movie for stories. Huh? Shani Kapoor ante. No, I just watch to catch something from there so that I can use. Ah. Hey, done. Hey, I can't wait for you guys. Now, Now, next point for our discussion is what's the actual rent. Okay, what is actual rent? They say actual rent is
Plus rent receivable unrealized.
rent received plus rent receivable minus unrealized rent. Rent received plus rent receivable minus unrealized rent. Correct now? This is what the formula says. Rent received plus rent receivable minus unrealized rent. What do you mean by rent received? What do you mean by rent receivable? Then what is unrealized rent?
The rent is not paid by the tenant.
It's a few.
That is not rent receivable.
No. It is a due by the tenants.
So rent received is I have received it.
Received.
Rent receivable is
For the future date,
For the presumed future potential rent.
I am going to do it. Bills receivable means what? Receivable means
He will receive.
Ajay. Sir, we are company secretary, sir. Accounts you are asking to us. Let us say I gave this house on rent. I gave this house on rent for rupees 10,000 per month to Puspa. I gave this house on rent for rupees 10,000 per month to whom, sir? Puspa. Now please understand this carefully. Puspa paid rent for 9 months and for 3 months the rent was not paid. Puspa paid rent for how many months? 9 months, and for 3 months the rent was not paid. So tell me what is rent received over here? So you are telling rent received over here is, sir, 10,000 into 9, 90,000. What is rent receivable?
30,000, the 30,000, which is due but not unpaid.
So you are telling 10,000 into 3, that is 30,000 is rent receivable. Then what is unrealized rent?
What do you
like a bank judgment, cannot be recovered from the
That rent which I am never going to receive it from him.
Like you cannot recover.
Everyone says the same thing. And now please understand this carefully. Rent received you understood. Rent receivable also you understood. Rent received is whatever I have received. Rent receivable is what I am supposed to receive. Meaning the person had stayed but did not pay. That is rent receivable. Correct? No? He stayed, he did not pay. That is rent receivable. He stayed and paid, rent received. He stayed but did not pay, rent receivable. Now this rent receivable is the amount which I am supposed to receive. The amount which I am supposed to receive. Out of that, let us say this fellow paid for 2 months and for 1 month it was never paid. For 1 month this amount was never paid. For 1 month the amount which was never paid is called as rent. For 1 month the rent which was never paid is called as what, sir? Unrealized rent. Have you understood this? So this is rent receivable which is received, which is never paid is my unrealized. Are you understanding what is unrealized rent? Unrealized rent means rent received plus receivable minus, sorry, what is unrealized rent, sir? The rent which I am supposed to receive but I have never received. Is it clear? Now lawmaker says this unrealized rent is there, no. This unrealized rent which is there, no. It can be subtracted only if 4 conditions are satisfied. Unrealized rent can be subtracted only if it is four conditions are satisfied. It is allowed as deduction. Unrealized rent is allowed as deduction if four conditions are satisfied. Online students, no one replied me whether you have received material or not. I asked. It is, but they are attending. No, if there was no one, then it makes sense. Actual rent is equal to rent receivable. Received. Rent received plus receivable minus unrealized rent. Unrealized rent can be subtracted if what, sir? These four conditions are satisfied. All the conditions should be satisfied. Condition number 1. The tenancy should be bona fide. Hey, please note, once they had asked this question for 4 marks. What is the meaning of unrealized rent in actual rent and what are the conditions for claiming it as deduction? First condition is what, sir? Tenancy should be bona fide. Tenancy should be bona fide means what? I should have genuinely given the house on rent to someone. I should have genuinely given the house on rent to someone and that someone should have not paid the money to me. Tenancy should be bona fide. Then, tenant should have not occupied. Tenant should have vacated the property. Tenant should have. Wait. You write this as point number C. Don't scratch. Okay. Tenant should have vacated the house property. Tenant should have vacated the house property. So condition number 1, I should have genuinely given the house on rent to someone. Correct? And that house, the rent he has not paid. So if you are not paying the rent, will I keep you in the house? So I should have asked you to go out. So tenant should have vacated the property. Condition number 2, the tenant should have vacated the house property. Condition number 3, tenant should have not occupied any other house property of same assessee. Tenant should have not occupied any other house of same assessee. Tenant should have not occupied any other house of same assessee. Tenancy should be bona fide. Tenant should have vacated the house property. Tenant should have not occupied any other house of same assessee. And lastly, reasonable steps should have been taken to recover such unrealized rent. Actual rent can be subtracted if 3 conditions are satisfied. Condition number 1, tenancy should be bona fide. Condition number 2, tenant should have vacated the house property. Condition number 3, tenant should have not occupied any other property of the same assessee. Meaning, first, I should have genuinely given the house on rent to you, and you should have not paid the rent to me. Therefore, I should have thrown you out of the house. Now, that throwing out does not mean that I'm telling you, hey, please leave this house. I'll give you some other house. I have one more house. You stay in that house. That should not happen. Tenant should have not occupied any other house of the same assessee, because they also may do cheating like this. So the tenant should have not occupied any other property of the same assessee, and reasonable steps should have been taken to recover such unrealized rent. I should have sent some gunda to recover the rent. Meaning, some steps you should take. Meaning, you are sending a legal notice to him. You are telling him repeatedly, please give the money, or you are giving a police complaint, etc. Only if these 4 conditions are satisfied, this unrealized rent can be subtracted. Now you can come. Now anyone can. Maya is taking Maya. Arey, you like it? No, you like it that way, right? Corner seat. Now, next point. Deduction under section 24. Deduction under section 24. Next point. Deduction under section 24. These conditions are given in a rule called as rule number 4. These conditions are given in a rule called as rule number 4. Deduction under section 24. Now, if I have a house property, don't you think I will incur some repair expenses for that house property? Meaning, house property is there, there may be some water leakage, I am repairing that, there may be some patchwork which I have to do, etc. Some or the other type of repair work I will incur. Don't you think I will be paying electricity charges for the house property? I will have to pay electricity charges also for the house property, and water charges also I will pay similar. If I am staying in apartments, I will be paying something called as maintenance charges. I will be paying maintenance charges, and some people, they also pay parking charges. And some people may take insurance for their house. Because it is their house, they may take insurance also. Correct? No. So there are a lot of different expenses I may incur for the house. Can I subtract these expenses, sir? Lawmaker says, can I subtract these expenses? Lawmaker is asking you, can I subtract all these expenses which are there? Can it be subtracted? Lawmaker says no. Lawmaker says what, sir? No, I will not allow you to subtract these expenses. I will not allow you to subtract these expenses. Instead, what you can do in your life? What lawmakers are telling? You are not allowed to subtract these expenses. Instead of that, what you can do is what, sir? Claim a deduction under section 24A. You can claim a standard deduction. I agree that you will be incurring these expenses for your house. I agree that you will be incurring these expenses, but don't worry about these expenses. Whether you are incurring or not, I will give you flat 30% of NAV as the expenses. Whether you actually incur or not, flat 30% will be given to you as the deduction. Sir, what if I have incurred more than that 30%? Sir, what if I have not incurred it all? No problem. You will get 30%. Sir, so should I maintain the bill, sir? Not required. Flat 30% lawmakers are giving, so you don't have to maintain any bill also. So what lawmakers are telling, I'll give you a standard deduction of how much, sir? Our NAV into 30%. Standard deduction will be given how much, sir? Flat 30% of NAV. Flat 30% of NAV. Whatever NAV you have into 30% will be given as standard deduction. Now please note, house property can be of two types. Self-occupied or, can I say for self-occupied property my NAV is 0? Self-occupied property will have no NAV. Therefore, for self-occupied property there is no standard deduction. All. Since self-occupied property NAV is 0, for self-occupied property there will be no standard deduction. But whereas LOP will have NAV, therefore they will get standard deduction also. You will get standard deduction only when you have if property from which you are deriving rent, meaning if there is a gross annual value, you will have net annual value. If you have a net annual value, you will get deduction. Section 24B. The second type of deduction is what's the section? 24B. Under section 24B, you subtract interest on loan. Under section 24B, you are subtracting what's the interest on loan. Interest on loan. Now please concentrate. I have a house property. Now, sometimes it may happen that I may not have the money to full money to purchase the house or construct the house. So I may take loan for this house property. Correct? Lawmaker says if you are taking loan for the house property means if you are taking loan for the purpose of construction or purchase or repairs or renovation. If you are having a house property and if you are taking loan for the purpose of construction, purchase, repairs or renovation of house property, then you will be paying interest on that loan. You will be paying interest on that loan. I have taken loan for the purpose of construction, purchase, repairs and renovation of house property. Now because I have taken the loan, I will be paying interest. Now because I am paying interest, will it be allowed as deductions? Let us say I go to a bank and I tell the bank, or I go to a financial institution, housing finance corporation, etc. I go to them and then I tell them, sir, I want some loan for purchase of my house property, sir. So they will give me a loan. On that loan, I will be paying interest. Whether that interest is required, whether that interest is allowed as deduction or not. Lawmaker says yes, under section 24B, such interest will be allowed as deduction. Under section 24B, such interest will be allowed as deduction. Okay, not okay? Interest will be allowed as deduction if the loan is taken for construction, purchase, repairs, renovation of house. Now, my question to you is, let us say, I have taken a loan. Let us say Neeraj is constructing a house for himself. Okay. So, right next to Neeraj's house, so there is one auntie. So he is interested in giving interest to her. So he says he goes to auntie. He knows the auntie from a very young age. So from a very young age he knows the auntie. So when he was around 10, 12 years old, the auntie was around how much, sir? 28, 30-year-old. So now Neeraj is around 20-year-old and auntie is around 40-year-old. So now auntie is very much auntie wants, I'm sorry, Neeraj, hey, please allow me to speak. Neeraj goes to auntie and says, auntie, oh auntie, I want to give interest to you. I want to give some interest to you. He says, interest to me? She says, yes, I want to give some interest to you. So for that, what will I have to do? Auntie asks, what will I have to do? So he says, you give me some money. You give me some money. So for the money which you are going to give me, from that money I am going to purchase a house for us. I am going to purchase a house. So that house, for the purpose of purchase of that house, I want some money from you. Now he is paying interest to auntie. Allowed as deduction or not? His name only. Neeraj wants, now please note, Neeraj, instead of going to a bank for the loan, he has a bank right next to his house. Okay. He can go to that bank anytime he wants. So yesterday, midnight, 1 o'clock, he went over there and he asked for what's money so that he can purchase or construct a house for himself. Now he is paying interest to auntie. Whether that interest is why no you are telling? Yeah, it is less than market rate he is taking. Is it? There is no proof that he is paying interest. You want proof? You wait for some time. You wait for some time. Yeah. They are. What are we discussing with them? So whatever interest he is paying to auntie, is it allowed as deduction? Sir, we understand that if I take a loan from bank, allowed as deduction. From financial institution, allowed as deduction. My question is, what if I am taking the loan from my neighboring auntie? I am paying interest to her. Is it allowed as deduction? How many of you say yes, it is allowed as deduction? How many of you say no, it is not allowed as deduction? Why it is not allowed as deduction? It is not. Okay, because loan is not from bank or financial institution, is not allowed. Why you say yes, it is allowed as deduction? Sir, many people will not be able to go to the bank.
Because some banks will ask for that.
And some banks will ask for collateral, and I will not be able to do all those things, sir, in my life. Therefore, lawmaker says what, sir? If loan is taken by auntie, then also interest paid to auntie will be allowed as deduction. Please note, loan can be taken from bank, financial institution, your family members or your friends. It does not matter. Why, sir? Here he may do cheating. No, sir. What cheating? Sir, here he may do cheating. No, sir. Are what cheating? Sir, here he may do cheating. No, sir. Are what cheating? Sir, here he may be paying interest only of, let us say, 50,000 rupees, sir. But he may claim the deduction of 5 lakh rupees. Correct? No. Auntie is close to Neeraj, so he may tell that yes, I have paid interest of 5 lakh rupees to auntie, and while computing his income from house property, he will claim 5 lakh rupees deduction. A possible, not possible. A possible, not possible. And he may not take loan but still claim deduction, because we can take the money from family members also. Even without taking the money, I will say that yes, I have taken the loan and I claim deduction. A possible, not possible. So, sir, how is it allowed as deduction, sir? You are telling yes, it is allowed as deduction. How is it allowed as deduction? Please tell me. Please tell me. Let us say Neeraj has taken loan from Afnan. Afnan is the auntie. Let us say for the time being. I mean, assumption we can do anything, not Afnan. So Afnan is that auntie and Neeraj has taken that loan from Afnan. Now, Neeraj says that he is paying interest of 5 lakh rupees. So while filing his income tax return, whose income tax return? Neeraj's income tax return. While filing his income tax return, he will show an interest payment of 5 lakh rupees or deduction of 5 lakh rupees. Now, if it is an expenses for someone, don't you think it is an income for someone? If it is an expenses for Neeraj, then for Afnan, it should be taken as income, no, sir. So while filing his income tax return, Afnan will have to show that I have received an interest income of 5 lakh. Now, Neeraj shows 5 lakh interest deduction. He says, I have paid interest of 5 lakh rupees to Afnan auntie. He says, I have paid interest of 5 lakh rupees to auntie. Now, auntie, while filing her income tax return, shows interest only of 1 lakh rupees. And he says, I am paying. And he says, my income from interest is only 1 lakh. Now, department will send notice to Neeraj also and auntie also. Department will send notice to both of them. Department will tell Afnan that Afnan, Neeraj is telling that he is paying you 5 lakh rupees, but you are showing only 1 lakh rupees. Department will tell Neeraj, hey Neeraj, Afnan is telling that you pay only interest of 5 lakh rupees, but how can you claim? Yeah, 1 lakh rupees, but how can you claim like 5 lakh rupees? Yeah, you understanding? So, lawmaker says you can claim the deduction, no problem with that.
You should give them.
Who will give that? What? For example, I can take loan from four.
See, what happens is, I'll just tell you in short. While filing income tax return, I should mention everything. Say, if I'm paying interest to someone, what is that person's PAN number? What is the name of that person? How much interest is paid? How much interest is total interest? How much you have paid? How much is payable? Everything. Now, in your part, is it clear? Now, example number 2. In your part, example number 2. So, now one fine day after a very long time, I met whom, sir? One fine day after a very long time, okay, I was walking on the road. While I was walking on the road, who came, sir? Who came? Darshini came. Darshini came. Darshini was walking on from the opposite side, and meaning, see, I'm walking. How do I see? Road is there. I'm walking on that side of the road. Darshini is walking on this side of the road. Darshini was coming from the opposite side. I was going from this side, and suddenly Darshini sees me. As soon as she sees me, she comes running towards me. She came towards me and she told me, "Hi, sir. Do you remember me, sir? Do you remember me, sir? Do you remember me?" I said, "Yeah. Yes. I have seen your face. Sir, tell me what is my name, sir." And I did not say anything, sir. I said, your name, I'm forgetting. Are you my student? Wish to give me some hint, I asked her. Give me some hint. She told, sir, give me some hint. She told, sir, I attended your class in CS Executive, sir. Oh, CS Executive. Then I asked, which year? She told, sir, in 2025. Oh, I said, asked, so first day, who were you sitting? I remember. So yes, I told, yes, I remember you. Yes, you are Darshini. Yes, you are Darshini. So I told her, yes, you are Darshini, etc. Then, sir, shall we go for a coffee? She asked me, shall we go for a coffee, sir? And we went for a coffee. And she told, sir, you know what, sir? I said, no. Sir, I control your emotions, please. Sir, I have cleared my CS exams. I am now a company secretary. I said, wow, congratulations. That is a great news. I really appreciate it. Congratulations. So then she started talking to me casually, sir. So how is life, sir? What are you doing nowadays? I said, yes, same thing, teaching work I'm doing. And recently I purchased a house also over here, and I'm settled. I'm tension free now. I have a house. Kids are all going to school, colleges, wherever they want to go. She said, oh, very nice, sir, very nice. Then she asked, sir, where have you purchased the house? I said, yeah, in this particular area I purchased the house. And she said, sir, have you taken a loan for purchase of the house? I said, yes. I mean, that much money I did not have, so I had to take a loan. So I have taken the loan. Sir, from which bank have you taken the loan? I said, why are you asking so many questions? I said, sir, please tell me, which bank you have taken the loan? I said, I have taken the loan from State Bank of India. State Bank of India, I have taken the loan. State Bank of India, sir, what is the interest rate? I said, why? I have a house. I have taken the loan. Now I told which bank also. She said, no, sir, please tell me what is the interest. I said, around 12% I am paying the interest to the bank. I am paying interest of 12%. She said, you are paying for housing loan, you are paying 12%. I said, yes, I have taken the loan. Sir, do one thing, sir. I have taken loan of 50 lakh rupees from State Bank of India and paying interest of how much? 12%. Now she told, sir, you do one thing. Sir, I will give the loan to you, sir. Sir, I am now appointed as manager of HDFC Bank. I am now appointed as manager of HDFC Bank. So, sir, I'll do one thing. I will ask my bank to give the loan to you, and I will give that loan to you at 8% only. What is happening over here? I have already taken a loan from State Bank of India, for which I am paying an interest of 12%. Now she came to me, she told me, sir, I will give the loan from my bank, sir, I'll charge only 8%. Sir, I know market rate is 12%, sir, but I will charge from you only 8%, sir, because there is contribution involved. Because of you only I have become company secretary. So from my side, this is one gratitude. You please take it, sir. I said, okay. Hey, anyone will do this? 50 lakh rupees, 4% you are going to save every year. 4% means 5 4 are 2 lakh rupees every year I will be saving. I will be saving 2 lakh rupees every year, which is a huge amount. Correct? So I said, definitely no problem. We will do that. So now my question to you is, I have taken a new loan. I have taken a new loan to repay my existing house property loan. Correct? I have taken a new loan to repay my existing house property loan. Whatever interest is paid by me on the new loan, which is taken for repayment of existing house property loan, is it allowed as deduction? Interest paid by me on the new loan for the repayment of existing house property loan, is it allowed as deduction? Question is clear? Everyone has understood the question. I have taken a new loan from HDFC Bank to repay existing house property loan. Is it allowed as deduction? Think and answer. Why you are telling no, sir? Sir, loan should be for purchase, construction, repairs or renovation of the house property, sir. The loan should not be for repayment of the house property loan. How many of you say yes, it is allowed? Yes, it is allowed as deduction. One person says yes. How many of you say no, it is not allowed as deduction? So you are telling no because, sir, it is not for purchase, construction, repairs, renovation. Why do you say yes, it is allowed?
Concept of purchase.
Sir, the loan is anyways, but if you see, sir, the loan is anyways for the house only, no, sir. Directly you are taking the loan for the house only. Now, I'll give a real life situation. You tell me what will you do? How many of you say no, sir, it is not allowed? Once again, how many of you say no, you are not allowed? Daya. Now let us say I have a very good friend. Called as what, sir? Dayal. Yan. Okay. So I have a very good friend called as Daya. Now I wanted to purchase a house. Okay, I wanted to purchase a house. So I went to my friend Daya. Okay, we were just having a chit chat, and I told Daya I have now selected a house, and that house is going to cost around 80 lakh rupees. So I have around 50 lakh rupees with me, and remaining I am planning to take a loan. So he said, why Dilip, why are you taking a loan? He said, I am here. No, I am here. Why do you want loan? I said, so will you pay me 30 lakh rupees? He said, yeah. He said, I have 30 lakh rupees with me, which I had kept for my marriage. I have 30 lakh rupees with me, which I have kept for my marriage. So it was roughly around, I think, 8th of February something. Okay, at that time this discussion was happening. He said, what, sir? I have around 30 lakh rupees which I had kept for my marriage, and I have no plans to get married for next 2-3 years. He said, I don't have any plans to get married for next 2-3 years. You do one thing, you take the money from me only. But tell me within what time will you repay? If you are repaying within that time, then I'll be able to give. I said, I'll repay you within a year only. I'll make sure that by next year, same 7th of February, I repay the entire money to you. I'll repay the entire money because I have the money, meaning this year I earned whatever earnings are there, I'll pay you. So I'll repay the entire money. He said, okay, then no problem. I don't want it for 2 years. You take time of 1.5 years. You take time of 1.5 years and repay me by 1.5 years. I said, okay. Now, so Dayal gave me 50 lakh rupees. Sorry, 30 lakh rupees he gave me. Dayal gave me 30 lakh rupees. And now what happened, sir? After one week, Dayal went somewhere. Dayal went out with someone. And next day morning, he called. Okay, 14th of February, he went out with someone, and next day morning, he called me. He told me, sir. Not sir. Dilip. Oh, Dilip. I want the money back. He called me. After 1 week, he called me. He said, what, sir? I want the money back. I said, which money? Yeah, I gave you 30 lakh rupees last week. No, I want that money. I said, 30 lakh rupees. Now you are asking immediately. I have given that money to different people as an advance for the purchase of house, etc. He said, no, Dilip, actually, I want the money back. I said, you told no that money is for your marriage purpose. So that money, you only gave me that money. I never asked you. He said, yeah. But Dilip, at that time, I did not have any plans to get married at all. But yesterday, I met someone. And that person told that we should get married soon. Not because I had done something. Hey, goodness. Controlling emotions. Okay, that person told what, sir, we should get married soon. Meaning today morning we showed our Jatakam. Kundalini is a Pandit, and that person, he told that if you get married in next 10 days only, your marriage is possible. That Pandit told me that if you get married in next 10 days only, your marriage is possible, or else, Dayan, you don't have an opportunity of getting married for the next 5 years. He said, I cannot control for so many years. He said, I cannot control for so many years, therefore he's like, okay, let us get married in next 10 days. So he wanted money. He wanted money back. Now please tell me. In real life, this kind of situation can happen that someone has paid the money to you, but because of some emergency in that person's family, he may ask that money back. Now, if I have to repay, please note. If I have to repay Dayan, okay, if I have to repay Dayan, I will have to take loan from somewhere else. No, correct. I will have to take loan from someone else. No. Now I am paying Dayan in interest of 8%. I have taken loan from someone else, and I am paying interest to that person, interest of 10% to that person, that new person from whom I have taken the loan. Why did I take loan from that new person? To repay the existing house property loan. Correct, not correct? To repay the existing house property loan. In practical life, this kind of situation may come. Where I have taken loan from someone, and to repay, I have taken loan from someone. Now to repay that money, I am taking loan from someone else. Because of some emergency, that person needs money. Will you not allow interest deduction in that case?
Yeah.
Should I not allow interest deduction? Because he told me that he does not need, and therefore I took the money. Now, because he wants it, I have to repay. I don't have any option. Now, if I have to repay him, I will have to get the money from somewhere. If I'm getting the money from somewhere, why am I getting this money? To repay the existing loan? Correct, not correct? Now, just imagine, loan is sanctioned to me today, and after 10 days, bank says, no, sir, we are not going to give this money to you. I have paid advances to different people. You please give back the money. What will I do? Yeah, I understand. So, should it be allowed or not allowed? It should be allowed as deduction. By practical life, all this situation will come. Okay, it will come. Will it be allowed as deduction, sir? Yes, answer is yes. It will be allowed as deduction. Right? Heading as interest on loan. Hey, what if I take loan from outside India? I am taking loan from Donald Trump for purpose of purchase of my house property in India. Interest allowed as deduction or not? It does not matter from whom you are taking. Right? Write down point number 1. Important points for point number 1. Important points for or important points on interest on loan. You have written anyways heading. You have written interest on loan. Point number 1. Interest will be allowed as deduction. Interest will be allowed as deduction. Okay, 1 second before we go forward. Harshita, I saw your question now. Harshita says, sir, what if both of those people are cheating government? What if Neeraj and Auntie both are cheating government, meaning Neeraj is showing 5 lakh rupees expenses, Auntie shows 5 lakh rupees income? Do you think Auntie is a goobe? She is going to pay tax on 5 lakh rupees. No. Why will she do that? But sir, what if she does? Nothing can be done.
Anyway, she's paying.
Yeah. Interest on loan will be allowed as deduction. Interest on loan will be allowed as deduction if loan is taken for the purpose of house property. If you are taking the loan for the purpose of house property, interest is allowed as deduction. For the purpose of house property means purchase, construction, repair, renovation. Anything it is. Next line. Loan can be taken from any person. Point number 2. Loan can be taken from any person. Loan can be taken from any person. Point number 3. Interest will be allowed as deduction whether it is paid or not. Interest will be allowed as deduction whether it is paid or not. So whether you are paying such interest or not, that interest will be allowed as deduction. Unlike municipal taxes should be paid if you want to claim deduction. Then penal interest. Both are same only. You tell me, I am giving a loan to you of 10 lakh rupees. Okay. Now, when you are paying me interest, will you pay interest on the loan amount or your property income? Got the answer up? On the loan amount, whatever it is. Penal interest, in bracket, interest on interest. Penal interest means what, sir? Interest on interest. Penal interest or interest on interest. Penal interest. Penal interest means penalty interest. That is nothing but interest on interest is not allowed as deduction. It is a penalty. Penal interest is a penalty. Therefore, it is not allowed as deduction. Is not allowed as deduction. Next point. Interest paid on fresh loan. Interest paid on fresh loan. Interest paid on fresh loan taken for interest paid on fresh loan taken for repayment of existing house property loan. Interest taken on fresh loan taken for repayment of existing house property loan. Existing house property loan will also be allowed as deduction. Interest on fresh loan taken for repayment of existing house property loan is also allowed as deduction. Any interest paid outside India to a non-resident from outside India is allowed as deduction only if TDS is deducted on such interest. Only if TDS is deducted on such interest and such TDS is paid to government. Only if TDS is deducted on such interest and such TDS is paid to government. Sir, what if I am getting a loan from some close relative and have to pay no interest on it? So if you are not paying interest, you will not claim deduction. Sir, but still I claim a deduction of 5 lakh rupees, sir. That I am paying fake deduction I am claiming. If you are claiming fake deduction, that person will have to show that income. The person whom you are telling that you are paying interest to him will have to. That person will have to show that income also. Yeah. Though he is not receiving, he will have to show because you have told that you are paying. Your student only last year. Your class student only. Hey, some of you should be knowing. How many of you know Varshini? She only. No, she is CS executive student. Yeah. Last year she had 10th of September was the last day. I used to call many people many things. I don't remember anybody's name. No. Any interest paid to non-resident, any interest paid to non-resident is allowed as deduction only if TDS is deducted on such interest and paid to government. Only if TDS is deducted on such interest and paid to government. Sir, how much interest is allowed as deduction, sir? How much ever I pay, or there is a limit for that also? You want understanding? How much interest is allowed as deduction? Limit of, write down, limit of interest allowed as deduction. Limit of interest allowed as deduction. How much interest is allowed as deduction? What is the limit?
30% of the Indian.
That is
2 arrow marks. Two arrow marks. What is the type of house property? The LOP, DLOP or self-occupied property? What is the type of house property? Let out property or deemed to be let out property or self-occupied property? Self-occupied property, when we say, it is always self-occupied for residence purpose, because business purpose to ignore. LOP, DLOP or self-occupied property. Now, when the property is let out or when the property is deemed to be let out, can I say any amount of interest? Because I am going to earn money out of that property. If the property is let out, I am going to receive some rent from that property. If it is deemed to be let out also, I am going to receive some rent from that property. So lawmaker says any amount of interest, any amount of interest will be allowed as deduction. Any amount of interest will be allowed as deduction. If the property is let out or deemed to be let out, any amount of interest will be allowed as deduction. If the property is let out or deemed to be let out, any amount of interest is allowed as deduction. There is no limit. There is no limit. Sir, what if the property is self-occupied? What if the property is self-occupied? 2 arrow marks. If the property is self-occupied, 2 arrow marks. Whether it is self-occupied, in normal cases, what will happen? And in some special case, what will happen? If the property is self-occupied, normally, if the property is self-occupied, normally, you will get, normal cases, you will get an interest deduction of maximum interest which will be allowed as deduction. Normally, the maximum interest which will be allowed as deduction will be rupees 30,000 per annum. If the property is self-occupied, then how much deduction will be allowed? Maximum rupees 30,000 rupees per annum will be allowed as deduction. Maximum 30,000 rupees will be allowed as deduction. If the property is self-occupied, if the property is self-occupied, maximum 30,000 rupees is allowed as deduction. A maximum 30,000 means, if it is more than 30,000, 30,000. Less than 30,000, whatever less amount is there. But in some special cases, you will get an interest deduction of maximum. In some special cases, you will get an interest deduction of maximum rupees 2 lakh per annum. In special cases, you will get how much interest, sir? 2 lakh rupees interest deduction you will get per annum. Normally it is 30,000 and in some special cases it is 2 lakh rupees per annum. Sir, when will I get 2 lakh rupees? You will get 2 lakh rupees interest deduction if the loan is taken for, if the loan is taken on or after. You will get 2 lakh rupees if the loan is taken on or after. Problem set. 1/4/1999. Next page. PTO. If the loan is taken, on or after, if the loan is taken on or after 1/4/1999. You write from here. Here. If the loan is taken on or after 1/4/1999, then condition number 1 is what? The loan is taken on or after 1/4/1999. Loan is taken for construction or purchase of house property. Maximum means what? Maximum means what? For example, how many chapatis you can eat? 4 chapatis. You can eat 4 chapatis, or per person who is giving you chapati, from individual person you can eat 4 chapatis. Loan is taken on. Loan is taken. He is proposing you indirectly. Go away. No, he is telling I eat naan also. Loan is taken on or after 1/4/1999, and loan should be taken for construction or purchase of the house property. Loan should be taken for what purpose? Construction or purchase of house property. Point number 3, if loan is taken for construction of house property, if the loan is taken for construction of house property, then the construction should be completed. If the loan is taken for construction of house property, then the construction should be completed within 5 years. Construction should be completed within 5 years from the end of construction should be completed within 5 years from the end of financial year in which loan was taken. So if you are taking loan for construction should be completed within 5 years from the end of the financial year in which loan was taken. Don't scare me. I do it normally. Let us say loan is taken on 15th of July 2020. 5 years means what? 5 years means what? December 2025. My answer is why December only? Because you write exam. Yes, you don't do so much. During when you were kids, mother used to do like this. I don't know. I mean, some places they do. Neeraj, they were doing. No, genuinely I'm asking. A loan is taken on which date? 15th of July 2020. When is the year ending? 31st of March 21 plus 5 years. 31st of March 20. Chick. Students. Oh, students. So if please note, if I am taking loan, limit of interest allowed as deduction. Darshini, in case of let out property deemed to be let out property, law makers are telling I'm getting money from that property because I'm getting money, any amount of interest will be allowed as deduction. But in case of self-occupied property, how much interest will I allow as deduction?
Normal cases.
Normally I will allow only 30%, 30,000 rupees. Normally I will allow only how much? 30,000 rupees. But in some special cases I will allow 2 lakh rupees. So 2 lakh rupees when will I get if the loan is taken on or after 1/4/1999 or after that date and loan is taken for construction or purchase of the house property, and if it is taken for construction, construction should be completed within 5 years from the end of the in which loan was taken. Now tell me, when will I get limit of 30,000 then? Normally people will take for loan for construction or purchase only. So when will I get this limit of 30,000? Can I say loan is taken before 1/4/1999? Loan is taken for repairs or renovation of the house property, or construction is not completed within 5 years? Yeah. Once it is known, that time you should take only 30%, 30,000. By the way, do you know that if the house is under construction, whether I will get deduction or not? You will get a, please note, what is she asking, sir? Geography, she is asking, tell me the answer for it. She is asking, sir, I have taken the loan. Okay, the loan is taken for construction purpose. Now the construction is in process. Sir, I have taken the loan for construction purpose. The construction is in process. I don't know whether it will be completed in 5 years or 6 years or 10 years. How much deduction should I take? 30,000 or 2 lakh?
2 lakhs.
I have taken the loan. Okay, I have taken the loan for the purpose of construction of house property. Construction may take whatever amount of years it takes. Let us say construction is getting completed within 5 years. You can take 2 lakh. After 5 years, you can take 30,000 only. Now, how much do you take?
First 5 years, you take 2 lakhs.
Please note. You do the computation of income for house property. Under construction property is not a house property. Under construction property is not house property. Under construction property interest, will it be allowed a reduction? There is no house property. Anyways, I'll teach everything, don't worry. There are some gubes who don't have patience in life. Nothing. I'm not talking about you. You are a nice person. Loan is before 1/4/1999 or loan is for repairs or renovation, or loan is or construction is not completed in 5 years.
Sir, I'm getting fully paid another loan.
That will fall in the foot of the first loan. Note. Hey, this is a very important note. You do mistakes even after writing this note. That will fall in the foot of the first loan which you have taken. What was the purpose of first loan?
Construction.
Second loan is also for construction purchase.
Follow the either I'm taking 2 lakh there or 30%, the same will follow.
Yeah. Note number 1. Very important note this is. For self-occupied property, maximum amount of interest on loan allowed as deduction for all self-occupied properties is restricted to rupees 2 lakhs. Maximum amount of interest allowed as deduction for all self-occupied properties is restricted to how much? 2 lakhs. Meaning 2 lakhs is the maximum deduction which I can claim for self-occupied properties. I have 5 self-occupied properties. I could claim maximum interest which I can claim is what, sir? 2 lakhs. I have a single house for which I am paying interest of 3 lakh rupees. How much can we claim? 2 lakhs. Maximum for all house properties. Okay. So, yeah. So then you will claim only for 2 properties because 2 properties. So if I did like this, no, I wanted to tell next one. So normally maximum 2 self-occupied properties only a person can have.
X.
Correct? No, only 2 self-occupied property a person can have. So for the 2 self-occupied property also combined together, if he is paying interest more than 2 lakhs, how much can he claim? 2 lakhs. Hey, have you understood this point? Case number 1, example number 1. Dilip has 1 house property and which is a self-occupied property. I am paying an interest of 3 lakhs. How much deduction is allowed? 2 lakh rupees. Case 2. Dilip has 2 house properties. Both house properties are self-occupied. And combined together, he is paying an interest of 5 lakh rupees. 2.5. How much interest is allowed deduction? 2.5 is paying for 2 houses separately. 2.5. How much can he claim? 2 lakhs or 4 lakhs? Maximum for all properties is what, sir? Case number 3. Dilip has 2 house properties and both are let-out property. He pays an interest of 5 lakh rupees. How much can he claim? 5 lakhs. Sir, because it is let-out property, there is no limit. Fully allowed. Case number 4. Dilip has 3 house properties. One is let-out. One is self-occupied. Another one is also self-occupied. Let-out interest is 4 lakh. Self-occupied 1. 3 lakhs, self-occupied 2 lakhs. How much interest is allowed as deduction? How much interest is allowed? Sir, this you can claim for 4 lakh. This combined together you can claim 2 lakh. How much, sir? 6 lakh. Okay, not okay?
Yes.
Is it clear? You okay? Write a note. Note. If an assessee opts to pay tax, there should be all 3 conditions should be satisfied. Please note, not all 3 conditions. If it is for purchase, only 2 conditions. If it is for construction, only the 3rd condition will also come. For purchase, these 2. For construction, all the 3. Okay. Note, very important. If an assessee opts to pay tax under section 115 BAC, that is, if an assessee is opting to pay tax under default tax regime then he will not be allowed any deduction under section 24B for loan taken on self-occupied property. If you are taking loan on self-occupied property, you will not get any deduction. Please note, can I say assessee? And assessee will have two options. Assessee can opt for optional tax regime or deferred tax regime. Now, optional tax regime, the loan is taken for let out property or deemed to be let out property. Loan is taken for self-occupied property. If it is loan for let out and deemed to be let out, fully allowed. A fully allowed, no limit. And for self-occupied property, maximum 30,000 or 2 lakh rupees, depending upon the property. Then, if the loan is taken for, what is this? Under default tax regime, loan again for let out property or deemed to be let out property, and there is self-occupied property. For let out or deemed to be let out, fully allowed, and for self-occupied property, it is never allowed. Even 1 rupee interest will not be allowed. For self-occupied property, Darshini, it will not be allowed as deduction. Okay, it is never allowed as deduction. Done. Hey, what you are writing in life? I don't have so much time in my life, right? Tell me the answer for question number 2 and question number 3. Right. Please. It will take so much time. Tell me the answer for question number Q. Wrong answer. Wrong answer. Yeah, I have no idea. Just like that, I'm telling wrong answer. I don't know, sir. I don't know. We'll come to it.
Maybe it will start a deduction. 30% on it. It's,
We have to find an unrealized rent from actually. Yeah. Tell me the answer for question number 3 and 4. 2 and 3, sir. Acquisition is also purchase.
Special case, they have mentioned purchase or construction, it's 2 lakhs and above. What's the matter for repair? Section 24D. Again, any amount is for repair, for any amount is applicable. That's only.
Purely, repeat.
Special cases, for the 2 lakhs special cases, we mentioned loan after taking 1999, loan taken to construction was to purchase. Okay. In the question, you said take a loan for repair purpose. So it is fully allowed, and it is also SOP, fully allowed. Or only that's all. Before, so same applies here also. After
What is the purpose of loan?
We can take only
These are 3 different cases. If it is repair, 30,000.
okay, sir. The difference.
Now please see, Mr. Gube has property whose municipal value is 1,50,000, pay rent is 1,40,000, standard rent is 160. Property was let out for 15,000 per month. Unrealized rent is 15,000. All the conditions are satisfied. Municipal taxes is 10% and interest on borrowed capital is how much, sir? 50,000. When nothing is given about interest, interest would be for construction or purchase only. What is the answer which you have received? What is the name of the assessee, Mr. Gube? Previous year 24-25, assessment year 25-26. Computation of income from house property, particular rupees. Municipal value is 1,50,000, correct? Huh? Pay rent is 1,40,000. Whichever is higher is 1,50,000. Compare that with 1,60,000 standard rent. Whichever is lower is 1,50,000. Actual rent is 15,000 per month into 12 months minus 15,000. How much? 1,65,000 Gross annual value will be 1,65,000. Municipal taxes is 10% of municipal value, 1.5 lakhs into 10%, which is 15,000. Net annual value is 1,50,000. Subtract standard deduction. 1.5 lakhs into 53 is 45,000. Interest on loan is, so answer is
I did close.
answer is 55,000 rupees. Done. What is the answer for next question? What is the answer for next question? Only YouTube students, you are not replying at all today. Or I am not able to see your reply, I don't know. Old tax regime 2,30,000. New tax regime 0.
Okay, for the purpose of
Everyone in your part?
it's 2 lakhs. 2 lakhs.
Everyone in your part? Everyone in your part? So the question is shared, no? You are not in the group. Huh? You don't ignore. You don't even know what I am talking about. Yes, Sandri, you are this. Yeah. Yeah, they know. Then why you go to? Don't know the question. Eh? Very sad. Mr. Manas owns 2 houses. 2 house property, one at Bombay, where his family resides. Can I say Bombay if his family is residing over here? That means it is a self-occupied property. And another one at Delhi, which is an unoccupied property. Can I say unoccupied property is also a self-occupied property? He lives in Chandigarh for his employment purpose in a rented house. Oh. Even after having 2 houses, he is living in a rented house. For acquisition of house property at Bombay, for purchasing the house at Bombay, he has taken a loan of 30 lakh rupees, paying interest of 10%. Acquisition means for purchase of the house in Mumbai, he has taken a loan of 30 lakh, paying interest of 10%, meaning 3 lakh rupees interest is paying. And he has not repaid any amount so far. In respect of house property at Delhi, he has taken a loan of 5 lakh rupees. For Delhi house, he has taken a loan of 5 lakh rupees. Which date 1/10/24, and this loan was taken for repairs. If you are taking loan for repairs, how much is allowed maximum? 30,000. Compute the deduction which would be available under section 24B. If we exercise the option of shifting out of default tax regime, meaning he is not following default tax regime, what will be the answer if we opt for default tax regime? So both the questions are there. Write down. What is the question number? Question number 3. Mr. Manas, you have shared both the materials, no? Mr. Manas, previous year 24-25 assessment here. 25-26. Previous year 24-25 assessment year 25-26. Particulars interest paid, interest limit. See, first is my Bombay house. Bombay house is self-occupied property for which I have taken a loan of 30 lakhs and interest rate is 10%. So what is the interest paid by me? 3 lakhs. The limit is 2 lakh. Interest limit for acquisition is only 2 lakhs. B, Delhi house. Delhi house I am paying I have taken a loan of paying interest of 11% and paying a total interest of 55,000. But how much is the limit for repairs? This is construction. Repairs. Though I am paying total interest of 3,55,000, how much is the limit? 2,30,000 rupees. 2,30,000 is the total limit. Next 9. Interest allowed as deduction under section 24B. If he opts for optional regime, how much is allowed, sir? 2 lakhs, because that is the and if he opts for default regime, then no deduction, 0. No deduction will be allowed, that is 0. Oh, I'm not able to see the messages. Sir, I want online students. I'm really sorry. I mean, YouTube students, I didn't see. Stop, Guru. What if advance is not paid? Hey, problem is there. Hey, did I tell in what is dark joke? Did I tell in the dark joke? Google is telling, sir, my parents are sitting next to me. Hey, my class is family friendly. Then you, hey, seriously, I receive messages like that. My grandmother also likes your classes. I receive such kind of messages. Google people. My grandmother will watch me. A CS executive marathon is uploaded, no?
Marathon is yours.
I know. Which one?
This you have last line.
On CS.
CS or for CS.
I have no idea. I thought it is highest, but I didn't know it was so highest. Hey, just check once. Not 60,000. I think 6,000 it is. $6,000 it is, sir.
64,000. CA.
How do we compute that? I have no idea.
On every day, when
Where?
today we have day 5, right?
Huh.
Because in day 1, like 6,000, 6K views, 6.1K views.
No, it is showing only 1,000 something. I know it. And this, sir. No. There is one more person. You see. You iladalana Intel. Advanced accounting you see. Yeah, Chetan, it will be available from next month onwards. We will launch for new examination. This examination we will keep it free. Sir, you cannot use background music. You can sing anyway. You can sing. Singing is not a problem.
No, but YouTube shouldn't copyright automation, right? Even if you string two lines together, proper position, it's giving you strike.
I'll sing then. Let us get it right. Question bank. Online friends, how should I share you question bank? How do I share something on YouTube? Can you attach something on YouTube? Not.
Like two trying to do some world record.
He has around 2.5 something.
260K,
260k, yeah, 2.5 lakhs.
2.6.
Hey, why am I waiting? I'm waiting for you guys to complete this. These boobies are making me talk. Shall we continue now? Now, next important concept, very important concept. Pre-construction. Pre-construction period interest or pre-acquisition period interest. Pre-construction period interest, pre-acquisition period interest. What do you mean by pre-construction? We don't know. Pre-construction period interest, pre-acquisition period interest. Na 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 na. Copyright, copyright. Maza will be there. Then they'll take me out only from the institute. Because of you getting copyright. And you pass and say, pa. Close your books. Open your mouth. Now, I have taken a loan of 50 lakhs. I have taken a loan of how much, sir? 50 lakh rupees. The loan was taken for an interest, and I am paying interest of how much, sir? 10% per annum. I have taken a loan. Loan was for 50 lakhs. I have taken I'm taken this loan for interest of 10% per annum. Now this loan was taken for construction of house property. This loan was taken for construction on house property, and I have taken this loan on which date, sir? I have taken this loan on 1st of January 2020. I have taken this loan on which date? 1st of January 2022. 1st of January 2022. Now in the past tense. On 1st of January 2022, I took a loan of 50 lakh rupees and paying interest of how much? 10% per annum. So in the previous year 21-22, 21-22 only? Yeah. In the previous year 21-22, I took the loan. In that year, they did only digging work. Yeah, I took the loan for construction. They have to lay the foundation. They started digging and they started laying that foundation. For the purpose of house property, they started laying that foundation. Now, is the house property there? Do I have a house property? But still, I will be paying interest. Correct? No. For how many months I will be paying interest over here? From 1st of January 22 till the year end 31st of March 22, I will be paying interest. How much interest will I pay? 50 lakhs into 10% into 3 divided by 12. How much interest will I pay, sir? 1,25,000. Please note. Please. I have a house which I am constructing. Now, because the house property is not there, I cannot subtract interest. Why, sir? Interest will be allowed to be subtracted only when you have a house property, when you compute the income from house property. Under construction property is not a house property. Because it is an under construction property, it is not a house property, therefore you cannot subtract interest amount. You cannot subtract interest amount. Yeah, are you understanding this? Now next year, I had taken this loan. Next year, what happened, sir? The construction was happening in full fledged. They constructed one floor. Okay, they constructed one floor, and the second floor was under construction. They constructed one floor, and the second floor was under construction. So in the previous year, 22-23, also I will be paying interest. Correct? In the previous year 22-23 also I will be paying interest. How much interest? 50 lakhs into 30%. Here I will be paying for full year. In the previous year 22-23 also I will be paying interest. I will be paying interest for full year. How much, sir? 5 lakh rupees I would have paid interest. I would have paid interest of how much, sir? 5 lakh rupees. I would have paid an interest of 5 lakh rupees. Is the property ready? So can I do the computation of income from house property? If I cannot do the computation of income from house property, I cannot subtract the interest. The interest will be subtracted only when you are computing the income from house property. Now, because you are not computing the income from house property, can you subtract the interest amount? No, sir. Can you subtract the interest amount? No. Now what happens? Construction was happening. Next year, construction was happening in full fledged. Now the construction is almost completed. The construction is what, sir? Almost completed. Just that putting window and that painting work, all those putting door, all those work is there. Construction is almost completed, but the window, door, gates, all those things they have to put, and they are supposed to do painting. So in this year also the house is not ready yet. Okay, but for this year also, previous year 23-24 also I would have paid interest. Is the house ready? No, the house is still under construction. Wait, I'll change the design. Now see, the chacha is not fully completed. Correct? So one window only they have put. Only one window has been put. So This year also I would have paid interest. Hello, how much interest? 5 lakh rupees interest I would have paid. Okay, please note. From last 3 years I am paying interest only. But am I claiming deduction? No. Why am I not claiming deduction? Because I don't have a
No house.
house property. When I don't have a house property, I will not do computation of income from house property. When I am not doing computation of income from house property, I will not be claim deduction. Take correct, not correct. Next year, the house was now complete. The house which I wanted, the dream house is what, sir, now? Here, Google, what is your problem? Okay. Why is your fire?
House on fire.
Why fire? Where is it in fire?
Chimney.
Hey, go away. So today is inauguration. No, so they are boiling that milk. So that gas. Now please note, hey, Tarkure Singappa. On 28th of July 2024, the construction got completed. On 28th of July, the construction got completed. On 28th of July, construction got completed. Now can I say house property is there? Now can I say house property is there? So this year also I will be paying interest 50 lakhs into 10%. How much, sir? Now this year interest, I don't have any problem. I can claim deduction. Why? House property is there. Because house property is there, you can do the computation of income from house property. If you are doing computation of income from house property, then you can claim deduction. A correct, not correct, students. A correct, not correct, students. Hello. Is it clear till here? Is it clear till here? Now. So I have a house property. I have a house property for which I have taken a loan and I am paying interest because the property was under construction. I have paid interest for some years. For those years, I have not claimed any deduction. The interest which is paid by me for those years, I have not claimed any deduction. Will that interest be allowed as deduction or not? Will that interest be allowed as deduction or not? Lawmaker says yes, it will be allowed as deduction. What is this concept telling? Pre-construction period interest will be allowed as deduction. Pre-construction period interest will be allowed as deduction. How it will be allowed, I'll tell you. Before I tell how it is allowed as deduction, tell me what is the pre-construction period in this question.
2021.
What is pre-construction
21.
period? What is the pre-construction period in this place?
22.
Sir, it is pre-construction period is 1
20. Till 28.
27/7/24 or 28/7/24. Now I'll tell you what is the meaning of pre-construction period. Pre-construction period means, Uncle John, pre-construction period mean, what is his name? Uncle Chan. No. Pre-construction. Nail paint is good. You get in the classroom. In the classroom, you can put, you get, girls, you can get nail paint in the classroom. Sunday, I know, you get that interest that, oh wow, what a beautiful nails I have. Now, pre-construction period means, what is the definition telling? Pre-construction period means all the years before the year in which construction was completed. Pre-construction period means all the years before the year in which construction was completed. A pre-construction period means what? Years before the year in which construction was completed. All the years before the year in which construction was completed. Tell me what is pre-construction period? Yeah. Now you tell date you tell me, who is.
1/1/22 till 27.
So 1/1/22 till 27th or 28th. For which date? I'm asking.
It's in 28.
All the years before the year in which construction got completed. All the years before the year in which construction got completed.
28, 7, 20.
All the years before the year in which construction got completed. All the years before the year in which construction got completed. All the years before the year in which construction got completed. Yes, tell me now.
2027.
So pre-construction period interest 1 April 21 to
31st March
March
2023.
25 I am receiving one answer. 31st of March 2023 I am receiving one answer. All the years before the year in which construction got completed. What is that name, Sundari? What happened, Sundari? All the years before.
23.
Hey, go guys, ignore. I am asking you guys. Online students, you tell me. Online students, you tell me. Anyways, whatever answers you have given till now is wrong. All the years before the year in which construction got in my house, Chata is only one. Okay. No problem. Right? All the years before the year in which construction got completed. Hey, in which year construction got completed? 24, 25. So ignore this year. Before this, whatever years are there, that year is called as pre-construction period. All the years before the year in which construction. So what is pre-construction period? Ignore the year in which construction got completed. So will I take that 28th July, sir? No. So pre-construction period will be from 1st of January 2022 till 31st of March 2024. So in the year in which construction got completed, 24-25 construction got completed. Before this, what is the year? 23-24. So the date is 31st of March 2024. Till this date, the year is called as pre-construction. Okay? All the years before the year in which construction got completed. Because for the year when construction got completed, I am anyways getting the deduction. I did not get deduction for this period. Pre-construction period. Okay, not okay? Okay, yeah. So what lawmakers? Hey, wait. What lawmakers are telling? What lawmakers are telling? Can I say this interest is called as pre-construction period interest?
Yes.
Hello. All the years before the year in which construction got completed. So this is the interest for all the years before the year in which construction got completed. This is called as pre-construction period interest. How much is pre-construction period interest? 11,25,000. Correct? Lawmaker says pre-construction period interest is allowed a reduction in 5 equal installments. Pre-construction period interest is allowed a reduction in 5 equal installment. From which year, sir? From the year in which construction got completed. Pre-construction period interest is allowed a reduction in 5 equal installment from the year in which construction got completed. So 5 equal installment means 2,25,000 you can claim as reduction every year. For pre-construction period interest is allowed a reduction in 5 equal installment from the year in which construction got completed. So can I say for 24-25, for 24-25 I'll get interest of 5 lakh rupees, which is the interest for that year, plus I will get 2,25,000, which is share of pre-construction period interest. This I will continue for next 5 years. Whatever the interest is plus 2.25, whatever interest is plus 2.4 times. Correct, not correct? Now. So tell me for the previous year. If I ask you for the previous year 24-25, what is the total interest allowed as deduction? What is your answer? For previous year 24-25, total interest allowed as deduction is how much, sir? Can I say interest for that year?
2 lakhs is allowed. Maximum 2 lakhs.
Interest for that year is how much? 5 lakhs. And can I say share of pre-construction? Can I say interest of pre-construction, share of pre-construction period interest? How much? 2,25,000. What is the total interest? 7 lakh.
25.
So how much deduction will be allowed, sir? If the property is let out or deemed to be let out, can I say full 7,25,000? If it is SOB, how much is allowed, sir? Okay, not okay. So, no, sir.
Expenses only after the construction.
Correct.
Tell me what is the answer? Yeah, yes. Your question.
We can claim the pre-construction interest only after the construction is over.
Can claim the construction period interest only after the construction is. Yeah.
5 years. I mean, how many years before there are construction, that many years only I can claim.
Correct. But it can be claimed for the next 5 years. Once the construction is over. 20 years you took for construction. No problem. I'm telling it does not matter. Yeah. It does not matter. Here we do only 3 years. So 5 equal installment is law. You can claim only for 5 years. Okay. Yes, 5 equal installment is the provision, Madhumita. Write down. Write down. Write down point number 1. Pre-construction period interest, point number 1. Point number 1. Pre-construction period means. Write down point number 1. Pre-construction period means. Write down point number 1. Pre-construction period means the years before the year in which. Pre-construction period means the years before the year in which construction was completed. The years before the year in which construction was completed. The years before the year in which construction got completed. The years before the year in which construction got completed. The years before the year in which construction got. Pre-construction period interest is allowed as deduction in 5 equal installment. Pre-construction period interest is allowed as deduction in 5 equal installments. Starting from the previous year in which construction was completed. Starting from the previous year in which construction was completed. How much is the amount of deduction? The amount of deduction is interest for that year. Interest for that year at share of pre-construction period interest for that year. Share of pre-construction period interest for that year. So that total, if it is self-occupied, 2 lakh. If it is let out, fully. Let out not need to let out, fully. Done, Sri? Done? Tell me the answer for question number 4. Answer for question number 4. Loan taken for construction of house rupees 10 lakh on 1/6/2018. 12%. Loan repaid on 1/4/21 is 4 lakhs. Construction completed on 1/3/23. Compute interest for previous year 24. Compute the interest unrealized deduction under section 24. How much interest is unrealized deduction? 1,50,000. Wrong answer. Wrong answer. Without doing, don't do guess for kill life. Loan amount is 10 lakh. I am paying interest of 12%. So maximum interest is 1,20,000 only. How will you give 2 lakh rupees? And there is a repayment also happening. हुस्न है सुहाना. Song is this. Na 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 na. Check. I don't know what is happening to this YouTube listing. One lakh 54,400. One answer I will see. One lakh 54,400. One answer I will see. Question number 5. Two lakh 37,600. One more answer I will receive. Manikandan says 2 lakh rupees. Answer is wrong. Two lakh 1,600. One more answer I will see. Murli Mohan, your answer is right. Murli Mohan, your answer is right.
1,67,000.
Murli Mohan, you can do the next question. Yes, Sundari. 1,67,600.
Say correct or not.
Wrong.
What?
Wrong, Sundari.
What?
When did you do right? Last 30 seconds I'll give you. Charu, என்ன பண்ற? அம்மா புக் ஸ்கிராச் பண்றேன் சார். சௌமியா. One lakh 52,000 is absolutely wrong. Two lakh 8,000. Bhavani, wrong answer, Sundri. Anyways, I do it now.
1,52,800.
Absolutely wrong. Loan taken for construction of a house is 10 lakhs. When did he take the loan? 1st of June 2018, 12%. Repaid on 1st of April, 4 lakh rupees. So if you have repaid something, that means from that date, I pay tax on less amounts. Construction got completed on 1st of March, whatever the date is. Now, please note. Now, please concentrate, everyone. How should I solve this question? I'll show simple method. What I understand from the question is, question number 4. See, what I understand from the question is, in the year 2018-19 loan was taken, correct? Then we have 19-20, 20-21, 21-22, 22-23, 23-24, 24-25, correct? And in the question they say, construction got completed on 1st of, before that, what is the loan amount? 10 lakhs. Interest is? Construction got completed on which date? 1st of March 23. 1st of March 23. So 1st of March 23, can I say it will come somewhere here? Hello? Correct, no? Hello? So for me, pre-construction period interest will be year before this. All the years before. This is pre-construction period interest. Now, they are also telling that he made a repayment of 4 lakh rupees on 1st of April. So on this date, there was a repayment. How much, sir? Hey, is this information correct? Now please see. How should I solve this? Simplest method. Loan is taken in 18-19. Now just write all the years first. Just write all the years till the year which they have asked. From the date of from the year of taking loan till the year for which they have asked you interest. They have asked you interest for 24-25. Yes, sir.
Repayment of 4 lakhs. It's 3,40,000 interest paid.
Previous year 19-20. Previous year 20-21. Previous year 21-22. Previous year 22-23. Previous year 23-24. And previous year 24-25. Hey, what am I doing? I am just writing all the years first. Correct? From which year? From the year in which loan was taken till the year for which they have asked you question. Till the year for which they have asked you question, for all those years, I am taking what, sir? For all those years, I am taking. Now tell me what is the interest for all these years? What is the interest for all these years? Sir, on this date, loan was 10 lakh rupees, 12%, and loan was taken on which date? 1st of June. So can I say June to March? How many months? 10 divided by 12. Evado? 1 lakh rupees. So I have paid an interest of 1 lakh rupees. Then 10 lakhs into 12% again 1 lakh 20,000. 10 lakhs into 12%,
1 lakh 20.
1 lakh 20,000. Now here I have repaid some amount. 10 lakhs minus
4 lakhs.
4 lakhs into 12%.
72,000.
72,000. Next year also 6 lakhs into 12%.
72,000.
72,000.
4 lakh 8.
6 lakhs into 12%. 72,000. 6 lakhs into 12%. 72,000.
Completed, right?
Now please note.
Interest will go on.
It is okay.
Please note what they have asked you. They have asked you to compute the interest for which year?
24, 25.
24-25. Correct? Now I have just calculated the interest for all the years till the year which they have asked you. Now go back to question. In the question, see what is the date of completion.
20.
What is the date of completion? 1st of March 2023, which falls in which previous year? Can I say it falls in previous year 22-23? Now in this, whatever you have written over here, whatever you have written over here, mark that year. Which year it is? 22-23. Mark that year. Have you marked that year? That means this is the year in which construction got. This is the year in which construction got completed. Can I say all the years before this year is pre-construction period? So if I mark that year, I know everything before this is pre-construction. If I mark that year, everything before that is pre-construction. So what is my pre-construction period interest? How much is the total? 4,12,000, and I should divide it by 5. So share of pre-construction period interest is 400. So I'll add it from the year in which construction got completed. Correct? It is allowed in 5 equal installment from the year in which construction got completed. From the year in which construction got completed. So I will give it for first for 22-23, then
Sir?
20. 22-23, 23-24, 24-25. So what is the interest for 24-25? 1,54,400. So this is the interest which is allowed as reduction. Hey, can I say this will be carry forwarded for 2 more years? Hey, have you understood this? Yes, sir.
So PCP like take till previous year 22-23, right? So it will come like more like
22-23, the property, house property was ready.
so we shouldn't
All
take
the
that
years before the year in which construction was completed.
correct. We computed the next year. I got 4,84,000. The PCP for installment for 96. No, 10. 10. If this photo after taking it's a
Yes, sir.
short sounds.
Yeah.
Like,
Go. Please solve the next question. Solve. You can take break and come, sir. Anyways, we'll give wrong answer. Trust me. Yeah. So take break and try. One answer I have received. One answer I have received 1,50,200. A previous question, did you all solve it? Were you copying this? You have copied, huh? Copy fast. Those who have completed the next question, you can leave for a break.
Next question.
Next question.
Let some people are still doing this question. Very slow. Some people write, sitting in the first bench only. When we say something, they'll take photos. Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Solve this. Murali, your answer is right. Murali, your answer is right.
Before see what he said.
But still, you will not get that answer. Trust me. We'll put a bet now. Even after seeing that answer, you will not get that answer. Murali's answer is written on board. La 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 la. La ni la ni la la la. Very good student. You use Chat GPT and get the answers. I'll do whatever you want me to do. You want me to do. I'll not take classes for next 10 days.
Lost for this.
No. Done. Arey, how many years will you take? Mr. Ghanshyam has taken a loan from State Bank of India on 1st of July 2020 for 20 lakhs at 6% per annum. He made the following repayment of principal amounts. 1/4/21 he paid 4 lakhs. 1/10/22 he paid 2 lakhs. 1/12/23 he paid 1 lakh without. And 1/4/24 he paid 2 lakh without. Construction is completed on 14/2/24. Compute the interest allowed as deduction. Wrong. Now please see. The loan was taken in the previous year 2021, correct? Question number 5. Mr. Ghanshyam. Loan was taken in the previous year 2021. Correct? Then we have previous year 21, 22, 22, 23, 23, 24 and 24, 25. They have asked us to compute the interest for 24, 25. Correct?
Yes, sir.
So loan amount is how much, sir? 20 lakhs, 6%. He took the role on 1st of July. Therefore, 9 by 12 months. How much? Go back, calculate 7 to what? You don't know how to use calculator also. Now next year 20 was the loan. On 1st of April only I repaid 4 lakh rupees. So I have how much? 16 lakh rupees into 6%. Got the answer. Neeraj, you got. What was the mistake? 16 lakhs is the loan. 66% is the interest. Now
6 months.
for half year I will pay interest on 16 lakhs. Then I have repaid on 1st of
1.5.
October, I have repaid 2 lakh rupees. Correct? No. So what will happen now? After this, I will have only 14 lakhs into 6% into 6 by. So 48,000 plus 42,000 is 90,000 rupees. Hey, are you understanding this? Half year I paid interest on 16 lakhs. Then for the other half year I paid interest of what, sir? Other half year I paid interest of how much, sir? 14 lakhs. Then I have what? 14 lakhs into. No, wait, what has happened next year?
We have to skip that year.
What happened next, sir? On that year, on 1st of December, I paid some money. Correct? No. So 14 lakhs into 6% into 8 by 12. Why, sir, 8 by 12? From April till November, the amount was 14 lakhs. After that, I repaid 1,50,000. I repaid how much? 1,50,000 rupees. So after from 1st of April for 4 months, I will have how much amount? 12,50,000 into 6% into 4 divided by 12. How much is the amount? How much is the amount? How much is the amount? 81,000. And for 24-25, 12,50,000 minus 2.5 lakhs into 6% for full year. The interest will be how much, sir? 60,000 rupees. I have calculated interest for all the years till the year for which they have asked. Now, which is the year when construction got completed? 23-24 construction got completed. So can I say
Reconstruction.
all the years before this is called as pre-construction period? So what is the pre-construction period interest?
Divided
2,76,000 is the pre-construction period interest divided by 5. What is the amount, sir? 55,200. Pre-construction period interest is how much? 55,200. So I'll add 55,200. I'll add 55,200. So interest allowed for previous year 24-25 is how much?
60K plus 55. It's 1 lakh.
60 plus 55,200, which is 1 lakh. 1,15,200.
We have to calculate the interest for given 24.
You are correct, Sundari.
So in exam we can skip that process.
Correct. Chana, 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 chan, chan. Now, see, once what happened with me, I'll tell you. You tell me what is required to be done in this case. Okay. Sundari, Bhagya inge pa. Geography inge pa. Once what happened with me, I went to watch a movie. The movie which I went to watch was Malayalam movie. I don't understand meaning. That is not the language in which I speak. So I don't understand. But still, I went to that movie. Last year it came Premalu. This year only, I think. This year or last year, something like this rom-com movie. So I went to watch that movie. Nice movie it was, but I could not understand many things in that movie. When they were telling some dialogues, people were laughing. Why are they laughing? So there was someone sitting next to me. He was a Malayali, so he understands that. Now after every dialogue, I was asking him, hey, what did he tell? What did he tell? Now, don't you think that person will get disturbed because of me? He'll get irritated because of me. Similarly, Bhagya and geography, when I'm doing a question, that time you are getting a doubt. Don't ask that doubt. Keep that doubt with you. Let me complete because others are concentrating. If I reply to your point, of course, there are people who want the answer at that time only, but then others' flow will go off. Correct? Aya, poya. I poya, not I poya. So when I'm not replying, that means, yeah, have patience. Be Shakti. Watch the first video, Sundari. Shall we take a break now? Ollie says, let's take a break. We'll meet at what time, sir? 10:45. We'll meet at 10:45. Bye.
Yellow color. If he was wearing a blue color. Is that that? He body.
Welcome back, students. Welcome back. Online students, I hope I am audible and also the screen is visible. Online students, I hope I am audible and also the screen is visible. Next, we'll discuss a small concept called as concept of vacancy. We'll discuss a small concept called as what's the concept of vacancy. Vacancy means what? Vacancy, Nayan.
Empty space.
Your life is vacant without. Without Mr. Bhagya. Yeah, why it should always be, yeah, be reverse also. My life is no problem. Concept of vacancy. Concept of vacancy. Vacancy means what's a kali kali.
Empty. Gali.
Gali, gali, yeah, gali, gali.
In your language it is gali. Empty is what? Gali.
Yes, gali.
Base. Gali we should say. Gali. In Kannada it is khali. Kha. In your language it is gali. Concept of gali gali. Concept of. Hey, what do you mean by vacancy? What do you mean by vacancy? No. Gali means nice person. Tarkuri is. He laughs for everything. Kulcha you have, he laugh. Concept of gali gali. Galia, galia. Vacancy means purple. Vacancy means for boys pink is pink. There is no baby pink, that pink and all. Pink is pink. Purple is purple. Dark purple, light purple, pink purple. And lavender ante. So tax class is vacant without maja ante. When will you finish the portion? After 2 years. Vacancy means what, sir? House property is empty. House property is empty. If it is empty, that means it is available for house property is available for rent. Correct or correct? It is available for rent. Please note, many people get confused in their life. What is the confusion? Unrealized rent is not equal to vacancy rent. Unrealized rent means what? The house property was given on rent, but that tenant did not pay you the rent. That is called as unrealized rent. Then what is vacancy? The property is not occupied by anyone. It is available for rent. I have to give it on rent, but no one is coming and staying over there. Where did this Google go? Right?
Exactly. So the time paid for it.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. All this time you were sitting, Maja, you were doing it. Now please note, I have a house. I gave this house on rent to whom, sir? Virat Kohli. I gave this house on rent to whom, sir? Virat Kohli. From 1st April till 1st April 24 till 31st of March 2011 till 30th of September 24. This property was given to whom, sir? Virat Kohli. And then Dhoni came. Dhoni started coming and staying in this property from 1st of December 24 to 31st of March 25. Now what has happened, sir? Oh students, what is happening over here? In a year, this property was let out from 1st April to 30th of March. It was let out to whom, sir? During this period, this property was let out to Virat Kohli, and the new tenant came from which date? 1st of December 24, and he stayed till the end of the year. During this period, what happened, sir? This property was rented to Dhoni. Now, in between, if you see, ting 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 ting. During this period, what happened in this period? Between this period of 2 months, what happened, sir? This property was not rented to anyone. This property was available for rent. I wanted to rent this property, but no one came. So this period is called as what, sir? So this 2 months is called as vacancy. Please note, self-occupied property which I am not occupying is not a vacancy. Property which I am giving on rent, if the tenant leaves and if it is not occupied due to there is no tenant, then it is vacancy. Vacancy means what, sir? House property is not occupied by anyone or house property is available for rent. Is it clear? Is it clear? Now please understand. Now start the concept. I have just made you understand the meaning of vacancy. I'll tell you the concept now. Don't write anything. Concentrate. Concentrate. Very important concept. Normally, 1 number, 2 number slow you should do. Normally, what is my gross annual value? Normally, what is my gross annual value? Normal gross annual value is my expected rent or actual rent, whichever is higher. Correct? No. Normally, my gross annual value is expected rent plus or actual rent, whichever is higher. Expected rent or actual rent, whichever is higher. Now, same thing you should do in your life. Same thing you should do in your life. However, whenever there is a vacancy, when there is what, sir? Whenever there is a vacancy, see, normally what do I compare? I compare my expected rent with my actual rent and take whichever is higher. I compare my expected rent, compare that expected rent with actual rent and take whichever is higher. That whichever is higher will be my gross annual value. Correct, not correct, students? Here, whenever the property is vacate, whenever the property is vacate, that time also you should do the same. You should compare your expected rent with your actual rent. But when you are taking the actual rent, take actual plus vacancy period rent. See, normally what do I do? Actual plus expected, whichever is higher. But here, whenever there is a vacancy, take expected, compare that expected with actual plus vacancy. Why? Because if the property would have not been vacant, I would have received that month's rent. No? So take expected. Why am I doing like that? Are you understanding? Because when I am taking expected, I am taking it for full year. Correct? Expected will be for full year. So actual rent will be only for that let out period. Lawmaker says if the property was not vacated, if the property was occupied by someone, he would have paid the rent. So whenever there is a vacancy period, whenever there is a vacancy, compare your actual rent with, compare your expected rent with actual plus vacancy period rent. Compare them with what, sir? Compare your expected rent with actual plus vacancy period rent. Now lawmaker says here there are 3 possibilities. Here there are what, sir? 3 possibilities. What are 3 possibilities? Case number 1. Your expected rent is more than actual rent plus vacancy period rent. Case number 1. Your expected rent is, you will not understand anything if you are copying. Genuinely I am telling you. You copy, no problem. I don't have problem. But you will not understand anything when you are doing question. Normally my gross annual value is expected plus actual, whichever is higher. In case of vacancy also I should do the same. In case of vacancy also I should take expected, compare that with actual. But when I am taking actual, I should compare that with actual plus vacancy period. Now there are three possibilities. What are the three possibilities? Case number one, my expected rent can be more than actual plus vacancy, or my expected rent can be less than actual rent plus vacancy period rent, or case number three, or my expected rent can be equal to actual rent plus vacancy period. Correct? These are the three possibilities. These are the three possibilities. Now, lawmaker says if my expected rent is more than actual plus vacancy period rent, if my normally what do I do? Expected or actual, whichever is higher. If actual is higher, actual, expected is higher, expected, here also you should do the same thing. If expected rent is more than actual plus vacancy period rent, then your expected rent is there, no? You should take that as your gross annual value. You take what, sir? Gross annual value should be taken. What, sir? Expected rent should be taken as your gross annual value. Sir, if expected rent is less than actual plus vacancy, meaning who is more? Actual plus vacancy is more. Lawmaker says in that case, you should take your actual rent only as, meaning you should, while comparing, you should compare expected rent with actual plus vacancy. If actual plus vacancy is more, take only actual. Okay, not okay. Sir, what if both are equal? Lawmaker says if actual and expected and actual plus vacancy is same, lawmaker says take your actual rent as gross annual value. Take your what, sir? Actual rent as gross annual value. Have you understood this? Have you understood this? I'll repeat once again. We are discussing a concept called as concept of vacancy. What is concept of vacancy telling? Vacancy means the house property is not occupied by anyone for some period. Now, if the house property is not occupied, it is available for rent, then it is said that it is vacant. Normally, what do I do, sir? When I take a gross annual value, I compare expected rent with actual rent and take whichever is higher. Now, in case of vacancy, also I should do the same thing. Okay, in case of vacancy, the only change which will happen is gross annual value. All the other things are same. When you are taking gross annual value, compare. In case of vacancy, when you are taking gross annual value, compare your expected rent with actual plus vacancy rent. Compare what, sir? Expected with actual plus vacancy rent. Now, if your expected rent is more than actual plus vacancy, take your expected rent as your gross annual value. If your expected rent is less than actual plus vacancy, if your expected is less than actual plus vacancy, take your actual rent only as your gross annual value. And if both are same, then also take only actual. While comparing, I'll take both, but when I'm taking answer, I will take only actual rent as gross annual value. Okay, not okay? Have you understood this? How do I know? How will I come to know whether you have understood this or not? Example number 1. Hey, wait, don't write. You tell me first. I'll give you time to write. Expected rent is 3 lakh. My expected rent is 3 lakh. Actual rent is 30,000 per month. And my vacancy is how much, sir? 3 months. What is my gross annual value? What is my gross annual value? Expected rent is 3 lakh. Actual rent is 30,000. The property was vacant for 3 months. What is my gross annual value? Sir, gross annual value, you said compare expected rent with actual plus vacancy period rent. What is my expected rent? 3 lakhs. Actual rent is 2 lakh into 7 months. 3 months it was vacant, so I will receive only for 9 months. So for 9 months, 30,000 into 9 months, it is 2,70,000 plus vacancies for 3 months, 90,000. So which is more? Actual plus vacancy is more. Why, sir? 270 plus 90 is 360,000. So can I say arrow mark will be like this? Now when actual plus vacancy is more, my gross annual value will be okay, not okay? Everyone understood this? example number 2. My what is this? Expected rent is, my expected rent is 3 lakh. My actual rent is 20,000 per month. And my vacancy is how much, sir? 1 month. Vacancy is how much? 1 month. What is my actual rent? Sorry, what is my expected rent? Sorry, what is my gross annual value?
3 lakhs.
3 lakh. Sir, gross annual value is expected. Compare that with actual plus vacancy period rent. Expected is 3 lakhs. Actual is 20,000 into 11, 2,20,000 plus 20,000. So 2,40,000 is on one side. 3 lakh is on other side. Who is more? 2,20,000 is more or 3 lakh rupees is more? 3 lakhs. So arrow marks will be like. So can I say expected is more than actual plus vacancy? Therefore, expected rent will be mine. Okay. Example number 3. My expected rent is how much, sir? 3 lakh. Actual rent is 25,000. Vacancy is 4 months. Vacancy is how much? 4 months. Vacancy is how much, sir? 4 months. Sri Lakshmi, why should it be equal? My question to you is, why should they both be treated as same? What is the answer? 2 lakhs you are telling. Sir, my expected is equal to actual plus vacancy. Okay, expected or actual plus vacancy. Expected is 3 lakh. Actual rent is 25,000 into 8 months. How much? 2 lakhs plus 25,000 into 4 months, 1 lakhs. Can I say it is both equal? If it is equal, what will happen, sir? Okay, no. Everyone understood this?
Yes.
Hello? Everyone understood this? Okay. That's right. Concept of vacancy. Vacancy means house property is empty or available for rent. Unrealized rent is not equal to vacancy rent. So last example alone one more time. So in the last example, I'm just following the rule. Rule says if expected is equal to actual plus vacancy, then you should take actual rent as full value of consideration. Unrealized rent is equal to vacancy rent. Is not equal to vacancy rent. Okay, it is not equal to vacancy rent. Why, sir? Sri Lakshmi, unrealized rent is the property was rented, but that who did not pay the rent. Vacancy rent, no one was there in the property at all. Now you directly write it from here. Hey, what is soul patch? Soul patch means? Geography, you don't know. Soul patch? SOUL is soil. No, SOUL. Soul only, no. What did SOR pass then? Candy. कुछ भी करेगा for candy man.
This is salt patch. This is the style of beard.
Small patch of facial hair grown directly.
That's
Sir,
salt patch.
मजा आई थी. KRR. KRR means what? Na 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 na. Banana apple. Na 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 apple है. നെഞ്ചിക്കൽ മതിയൻ തുങ്കിന ഓതുമതേക്കന. La 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 la. One more song is there which I like a lot. Rahman song. I'll tell the music. Singers you will be knowing. Very old song. I think 2000, 2001, 2002. Sonali Bendre, you know Sonali Bendre. Sonali Bendre is there. One actress is there. She was in that. Somewhere is on the hill, white dress. She's standing. She's standing somewhere like this. The music I'll tell. Na 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 na. என்ன விளைய விளைய விளைய. Yes. என்ன விளைய 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 என்ன விளைய. Sir, we want a song for. Sir, we want a new song for humming these years. Humming. Very nice song. Banana, control your emotions. Go away. He's laughing like this. Ube, who is this? KRR. Sir, Vasikara is a very beautiful song. Don't kill it until. Now for them there is 20 seconds delay. Now if you log in now, I will tell banana something like this. The tax. La 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 la. Hey, అయిపోయా not అయిపోయా. మజా అయితే. Sunday morning only. Weekly once అంతే. Tube light here, go back. She's laughing. Anyway, you understand అయిపోయా? I came 10 minutes late because of that reason only. He told, Nan told, genuinely, promise, he told. Sir, all this time nothing, he was sitting on the sofa, but he was enjoying. I asked, you said, of course I asked. Where did he go? He said, all this time he was sitting, sir, then suddenly he told, I. Why. Hey, done. Na. Hey, Puma. King Puma. Hey, hi, Poya. Tell me the answer for Ruchi. Rusi. See. Poorasi is
Queen.
one girl's name. Poorasi. Arasi means queen. Poorasi. Arasi. Arisi. Arasi. Correct only actually. अरे पहले के पति थे एक बड़ी बहन एक छोटी बहन पुअरसी आई कोया सर बना आई कोया एप्पल आई कोया What you are having today? Oh, orange. Santro, apple, banana, orange. Anyone having pineapple? You know that one song is there. I know idea. That song is also there. Song name is also there. Hey, wait. I saw yesterday. I heard one thing. Yesterday, what I heard? No, one person. Idiot Poto, I have told you. Yesterday, I heard. Orange, Sitapala, that fellow is coming. How do you say? Something, a few words I didn't understand. Apple, orange, Sitapala, Kanana, Nana. Hey, that is how they say, no? Something. I mean, I am adding those words. Apple, orange, caram, dragon fruit, something. Hey, tell me the answer fast. 68,000. You know Gangsta Paradise. What is this Gangsta Paradise song? Good song it is, huh? Sir, one Kannada song, please. Kannada song, my favorite song is one song only. Okay, Chetan Gowda, I don't know whether you know this or not. Maybe you were born at that time. In our school days, you will not understand, of course. Others will understand. Those who are. We had one nice song, okay. See, those time lyrics, no, all Taripuri lyrics, something and all they are writing. So that song, I'll sing that song. Song says, Kariya, I love you. Karunada Melani. Who is telling? Girl is telling that person does not look fair. He looks little dark. So he said, Kariya in Kannada means Kariya, I love you. I am keeping promise on Karunad. Okay, what if the place is there? Then he says, Belly, I love you. Belly means white. I am the person who is little white fair. Limodada ani ninigonu premada patra variyudu nanagase. You do. Bhubi, you don't have to concentrate on my singing, you do. Someone requested, okay. Online students requested this. Sir, under case 3 lakh would be GAB. No. In case 3, when both are equal, you will take actual rent as. That is what concept of. That is what that concept is telling, Sundri. That is what that concept is telling. ನಿನಗೊಂದು ಪ್ರೇಮದ ಪತ್ರ ಬರೆಯೋದು ನನಗಾಸೆ ನಾನೇ ಇರುವೆ ಹತ್ರ ಬಿಡು ಆಸೆ ಹೂಸೆ ಟಿಂಗ್ 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 ಟಿಣಿಂಗ್ ಟಿಣಿನಿನಿನಿನಿನಿನಿನಿನಿನಿನಿನಿಂಗ್. Sir, please stop, sir. Sir, I am Moniz September 25 inter batch online BLR in April. Oh, hi, Moniz Darshan. Nalla irukingla. How are you, Moniz? Oh, that gets stick anywhere you stick. Not wood. All these things you read, listen properly. 47,000 is the right answer. Father-in-law, after a very long time you are talking in your class. Father-in-law, father-in-law, father-in-law. Now, Ruchi has a property whose municipal value is how much? 2,50,000. Fair rent is 2 lakh. Then what is this? Standard rent is 2,10,000. The property was let out for 20,000 per month. However, the tenant vacated the property on 31st of March. What is this? 31st of January. 31st of January. So, February and March, this property was vacate. Unrealized rent was 20,000 rupees and all the conditions are satisfied. She paid municipal taxes of 8% on municipal value and borrowed capital was how much, sir? 65,000 rupees. Compute. Interest on borrowed capital is given. They have asked us to compute the income from house property. One is I did tax very well because of you. A please note. Any student who says they did this subject good because of faculty, I don't believe on it. It is because of your studies you have done well. Na 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 na. You are getting disturbed. Who is that person? Eh? Municipal value is how much? A name of the assessee is Miss Lucci. Miss Lucci. Previous year 24-25. Assessment year 25-26. Computation of income from house property rupees. Municipal value is 2,50,000. Pay rent is 2 lakhs. Whichever is higher is 2 lakh. 1,000. Compare that with standard rent 2 lakh. 10,000. 2 lakh 10,000. Compare that with actual rent. How much is actual rent? 20,000 into how many months? 10 months minus 1 month rent was not received. 20,000. So how much is my actual rent? 1,80,000. Now what is my gross annual value? I should normally take whichever is higher. But because there is a vacancy, working note number 1. Gross annual value due to vacancy. Due to vacancy, what will be your gross annual value? Your expected rent is equal to 2,10,000. Actual rent is how much, sir? 1,80,000. Vacancy rent is 40,000. Actual rent plus vacancy rent is equal to 2,20,000. Since expected rent is less than actual rent plus vacancy period rent, gross annual value shall be equal to actual rent, which is equal to 1,80,000. This working you have done. Do this working fast. Sollatha asai ilam nitte penam ho. What does this mean? Sollatha asai ilam nitane. Working done. So what is my gross annual value? I'll write over here working note number 1. My gross annual value is 1,80,000. Municipal taxes is how much? Municipal value into 10%, which is 1 lakh 8%. That is what I have done. 2.5 lakhs into 8%. How much? Standard deduction will be 48,000. And interest on loan they have given 65,000. So total will come to how much, sir? 47,000. How many of you got this answer? Should get this answer. Hey, please, if you have any questions, you please ask, okay? Don't keep in your mind only. Yes, Sudhir. Tell me, Sudhir. Gross annual value. How actual rent is 1,80,000. What is my monthly rent? 20,000. Property was rented till 31st of January. So I'll receive rent for 10 months. February and March it was not rented, no Sundari. So I'll receive rent for 10 months. So 20,000 into 12 months is 2 lakhs. 1 month rent was not realized. Unrealized rent. And they say all the conditions are satisfied. I'll subtract that from actual rent. How much is it? Done? Everyone done? Very slow you are doing like. Okay, next question. Next concept. Now, inge part friends. Writing up. Writing up. Yes or no, also you don't. Next concept. Hey, writing up. Tell properly, no, Bhupesh, fast you write. How many years will you take? Now, sir, what if I have a house, sir? Now you get past and get up. Now see, I have a house. House number 1. This house which is there, I gave on rent. I gave this house on rent for 8 months, and for remaining 4 months this house was self-occupied. Possible? Same property is let out as well as self-occupied. Same property is let out as well as self-occupied. If possible, not possible. I have a house. I have a single house. Ground floor is let out. First floor is self-occupied. Possible, not possible. Correct. No, these are something which are possible. Now I have a house property. I have rented that house for few months, and for few months I occupied. One single house is there in which I have given one of the room for rent. I have given one of the floor for rent. In such case, how will I compute, sir?
Divide 1 by 2.
How will I do the computation when the house property is partly let out and partly self-occupied? This is called as partly. Correct? Now, these properties are partly let out and partly self-occupied. So, how should I do the computation of income from house property? Because if I take municipal value, they'll give for the entire house. They'll not give for one single floor. So, they'll give for entire house. Correct? Not correct? Now, how do I do the computation when the property is partly let out and partly self-occupied? That is our next concept. What if the house property is partly let out and partly self-occupied? House property. What if it is a partly let out and partly self-occupied house property? Lawmaker says a partly let out house property can be divided into 2 categories. A partly let out property can be divided into 2 categories. One is called as partly let out property area wise, partly let out property area wise, or partly let out property time wise. A property can be partly let out and partly self-occupied, area wise and time wise. Area wise means what, sir? I have a house. Of this house, 40% is given on rent, 60% is self-occupied. Of this house, 40% is given on rent and 60% is self-occupied. Or I have a house. Ground floor is let out. First floor is self-occupied. Meaning 50% is self-occupied and 50% is let out. So in such cases, how do I do the computation? Partly let out, partly self-occupied, area wise. This is what wise, sir? This is area wise. Sir, how do I do the computation when the house property is partly let out, partly self-occupied, area wise? Let us take an example. Dilip has a house. 60% of that house is self-occupied and 40% of the house is let out. How do I do the computation? Lawmaker says very simple. Lawmaker says this is one of the simplest thing in your life. What is that thing? You take your municipal value, you take your fair rent, you take your standard rent, you take your municipal taxes, you take your interest, you take everything. You take your municipal value, fair rent, standard rent, municipal taxes, interest, you take everything and divide them. Divide them in the proportion of what, sir? Let out and self-occupied. Meaning, I have municipal value of 1 lakh. How will I give this 1 lakh? For self-occupied, I'll give 60%. 60% means 60,000. For let out, I'll give 40,000. So, how will I compute the income from house property? I will have particulars. Can I say self-occupied and let out? Here, I'll have self-occupied 60%, let out 40%. So, I'll take municipal value, fair rent. Like this, I'll write the amounts and do the computation. Have you understood? What I should do? If the house property is partly let out and partly self-occupied area wise, divide everything based on the proportion of let out and self-occupied. Divide everything means what? Divide municipal value, fair rent, standard rent, municipal taxes and interest in the proportion of let out and self-occupied. And can I say actual rent will be only for let out property? Correct, no? So the question of dividing actual rent will not come. Why? Actual rent I will receive only for that 40%. Hello, will I pay rent to myself? Actual rent I will receive only for 40%. So what lawmakers are telling, whenever a house property is partly let out and partly self-occupied, whenever a house property is partly let out and partly self-occupied, whenever a house property is partly let out and partly self-occupied, area wise, divide everything based on the portion of let out and self-occupied. Everything means what, sir? Divide municipal value, pay rent, standard rent, municipal taxes and interest. Divide everything in the proportion of let out and self-occupied. Actual rent will be only for let out. Actual rent when you are taking, that you should take only for let out portion. Okay, not okay? Okay, not okay? Hello. Now here the catch is what, sir? Here the catch is interest. Now interest also I will divide. Correct, no? Interest also I will divide between self-occupied portion and let out portion. For self-occupied portion, you will give maximum 2 lakh rupees. Okay. For example, let us say in this question, my interest comes to 6 lakh rupees. My total interest is how much? 6 lakh rupees. So for let out, how much will be? Self-occupied, how much it will be? Let out it will be 2 lakh 40,000, and for self-occupied 60% it is 3 lakh. So for let out, how much will I allow? Can I say fully allowed? For self-occupied, how much will I allow? Maximum. Maximum how much, sir? 2 lakh rupees will be allowed for self-occupied property. Is this clear? If the house property, I'll repeat once again. If the house property is let out, partly self-occupied. If the house property is partly let out and partly self-occupied, what, sir? Area wise, divide everything based on the proportion of let out and self-occupied. Divide everything means what? Divide your municipal value, fair rent, municipal taxes, standard rent, interest in the proportion of let out and self-occupied. And after dividing, you should give the deduction for interest. The interest deduction which is there, no, for let out property, it is no limit at all, fully allowed. For self-occupied property, maximum how much will you give? 2 lakh. Is it clear? Now, one more thing is there. So this is part number 1. This is part number 1. If it is partly let out, partly self-occupied, what wise? Area wise. What if the house property is partly let out, partly self-occupied? Time wise. Let us say I have this house for 8 months. 8 months meaning from 1st April 24 to 31st of December 24. This property was rented. And for 31st November, from 1st December 24 till 31st of March 25, this was owned by me, or it was, owned or self-occupied by me. So now, sir, the property is partly let out, partly self-occupied, time wise. The entire property, here see what is happening, the entire property is let out, the entire property is self-occupied. Is the portion of property let out? The entire property is let out and entire property is self-occupied for some period of time. Sir, here what should I do, sir? Here lawmaker says very simple. Very simple. Here what should I do, sir? Lawmaker says very simple. You compute your income from capital gain. Compute what? Compute your income from capital gain assuming with an assumption the house property is let out. Yeah. Arey, Gooby, I am telling income from house property 2 times I told. Compute, what did I write? Compute income from house property. Compute income from house property assuming the house property is let out for full year. Meaning, Ignore that 8 months, 4 months concept. You do the computation of income from house property. You do the computation of income from house property by taking, assuming that the property was rented for the entire year. If the entire property is let out for monthly basis, some month it is rented, some months it is self-occupied. Lawmaker says assume that it was rented for full year. Assume that it was rented for full year. Sir, what if the property was rented only for 1 month and remaining 11 months it was self-occupied? Assume that the house property was let out for full year and do the computation. How will I do the computation? Compute the income from house property. If the property is let out, how will you do the computation? Meaning take your municipal value, fair rent, standard rent, municipal taxes, interest for the full year. However, when you are taking actual rent, you should take only for let out portion. If you are taking actual rent, you should take it only for let out portion. Hey, what is this partly? If the house property is partly let out, partly self-occupied. Time wise, assume that the property is let out for the full year and do the computation. So if I am making that assumption, I will take municipal value, fair rent, standard rent, municipal taxes, interest, etc. for full year. I'll take all of this for how many years, sir? For full year, and then interest is allowed only for let out, interest lagu base. And what's the actual rent? Actual rent should be taken only for let out portion. Hey, have you understood this? Shall I repeat once again, please? We are discussing about a concept called as partly let out and partly self-occupied. Now, when a property is partly let out, partly self-occupied, there are two possibilities. It can be partly let out and partly self-occupied, either area-wise, or it can be partly let out and partly self-occupied time-wise. If it is partly let out and partly self-occupied area-wise, divide everything. Divide everything means what? Municipal value, fair rent, standard rent, municipal taxes, interest in the proportion of let out and self-occupied. In the proportion of let out and self-occupied, you divide everything and do the computation to compute the income from house property. But if the property is partly let out, partly self-occupied time-wise, assume that it is let out full year. Okay, what do you mean by time-wise? The property was let out for some months in a year and the property was self-occupied for remaining months in a year. In such cases, make an assumption that the property was let out for full year. Assume that the property was let out for full year. Therefore, you take your municipal value, fair rent, municipal taxes, standard rent, interest for the full year. Actual rent will be taken only for let out period. Okay. Here also, actual rent will be taken only for let out portion. Only for let out portion. Is it clear? Is this point clear? Yes.
For the balance 10 months, I am self-occupying. It's unfair if I take the municipal value for 12 months and
Law.
take
Law. That is the law. Yeah, but that is the law. Now, here we ride a bike without wearing helmet, the fine is 500 rupees. Same if you are in UP, Uttar Pradesh, you ride a bike without wearing helmet, fine is 10,000 rupees. Is it not unfair? That is the law. Law, nothing in it. Auntie would have thought something and made the law. Let us. Now there is the law, Sundari. Yeah, I understand your point, but that is the law. Now that is the nothing you ignore. If the property is rented for 1 day also, that is how you should take. Now one more point, sir. What if there is co-ownership? Before we start doing questions on this, before you write notes, what if the property is a co-owned property or jointly owned property? What do you mean by co-owned property or jointly owned property? There is one house property. Now this house property is owned by owned by more than one person. More than one person. If a single house property is owned by more than one person, that means it is co-owned property. Correct, not correct. Co-owned means one property is there, but it has many owners. Property is same, but it has many owners. Then that property will be called as jointly owned or co-owned property. So in case of co-owned property, how will I do the computation? Who should pay the taxes, sir? Owner number one, owner number two, who should pay the taxes? Lawmaker says, very simple. Computation of income for co-owned property. Lawmakers are telling, compute the income from house property. Compute your income from house property, ignoring the co-ownership. What does it mean? Do the computation of your income from house property, ignoring that there is a co-ownership. You ignore that this property is co-owned by people and just do the computation of your income from house property. Once you do the computation, compute the income from house property, ignoring co-ownership. Meaning I should compute the income, final amount I should get, ignoring that there is a co-ownership concept. Now, once you compute the income from house property, you will get your final answer, income from house property. Okay, you are not divided anything. You are just computing the income as if there is no co-owner, as if that property is a single property, single owner. Now, the final answer which you have got, that income from house property, that you divide between the co-owners in the ratio of ownership. Are you understanding what I should do? Whatever income I am going to get at the end, that should divide between each co-owner in the ratio of their ownership. You okay, not okay? Whatever income I am going to get, that I should divide between each owner in the ratio of ownership. Now, the beauty is when a self-occupied property is co-owned. If a self-occupied property means my own house. If the house in which I am staying, if that self-occupied property is co-owned, lawmaker says, if the self-occupied property is co-owned, you should have chocolate. If the self-occupied property is co-owned, then what will happen, sir? If the self-occupied property is co-owned, lawmaker says, each co-owner will get interest limit of 30,000 or 2 lakh separately. Each co-owner will get the deduction of interest of 30,000 or 2 lakh, depending upon what type of property it is, 30,000 or 2 lakhs. Each co-owner will get separately. For example, if a property has 3 co-owners, for example, there is a house. Okay, for this house, interest is 7 lakh rupees. And this house is self-occupied. How many owners are there? 3 owners are there. How much interest they are paying in total? 7 lakhs. How much interest deduction can they claim? So 1, 2, 3. How much, sir? 6 lakh. Okay. Have you understood these two concepts? This concept was co-owned property. Hey, what should I do in case of co-ownership? Compute the income from house property, ignoring the concept of co-ownership. So get the final answer. After getting the final answer, what should I do? Divide between co-owners in the ratio of ownership. Okay, not okay? Hello. Right, Pannu? Right. Partly without property. Sir, will the area wise be applied to flats or apartments? No. In case of flats and apartments, each and every flat is treated as a separate property, house property. Each and every flat is treated as a separate house property. What if loan is taken by single person? What happened? Why to tell anyone? Why to tell anyone that loan is taken from single by a single person?
The loan has later we are dividing, right? So the loan also will get divided. Someone who has it bad, the loan also will.
Get the deduction. Take benefit. No good. No. I'll tell. See, normally what happens is this co-owned properties. Normally, people who are married will buy the property together. Earning member will be only one person. Okay, earning member. Let us say I am earning, and I have purchased a property in my as well as my wife's name. I am only the person. Now, please note, loan will not be on you. Loan will not be taken by you, etc. Loan is on the property. Loan is not for the person. Person paying EMI can be one, but loan will be for the house property. So I am paying EMI, no problem. Lawmaker said both of you take the deduction. What is the answer? Isha, fast you should write. Sundays. Today also you are taking class. But yeah, you can sleep in my class, no problem. No, you. Hey, I'm genuinely telling, I have no issues at all. Genuinely, I'm telling. I genuinely have no problem in whatever you do. Serious. Why? I'll tell you. For me, who should be serious? You should be correct. As simple as that. Now, for example, that time, I think you left. No, she went and she. Say if you're getting a call, you're in the classroom. If you're picking that call, that means that call is important. Correct? Not correct. If it is not important, are you a goober to pick a call? That much sense do you have. Because you're a class representative, you have to reply to messages. So for me, that does not affect that much. Because as a student, I understand. Of course, you'll have your own issues will be there in life. Many dots will be there. So may you have dot. Smile is telling yes. Na, 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 na. Papa. Maja is it, no, ladies. What time you wake up, Sundri? Sundri, your name Sundri? Purple. Darshini. Harshini, what time you wake up? 6:40 you wake up and you become so much ready and come to the class. So today you wake up early. Sir, for boys dot dot, for girls what's? Everyone dot dot only. Mercury only this fellow is. Copy. Yes. Because you are assuming that it is let out property. If it is assumed that it is let out property, for let out property, what is the interest limit? Now see, like from last 5, 6 minutes, 10 minutes, I'm seeing Harshini is using phone, no problem. And that means that is important. That's not Harshini. I not Harshini. Hey, Harshini are a very nice student. Harshini, you are playing with a ring, which he gifted. He likes me. He likes me. He likes me.
Thing is, he wants to go and study here after, so she's studying all apps, disabling YouTube, that all she's doing in class.
With ring.
No, that one nowadays she's doing. Because she wants to be productive, she's utilizing
Maza hai.
this.
Where do you stay in hostels only? In hostel we have sharing rooms only, no? Single room is also. I'm not single. I mean, then also it is single room only. Out of syllabus. You can eat Sundari chocolate. Okay, you don't mind. You don't have to keep it down and you can. After eating, problem is there. When I see, they'll feel, oh my god, sir saw. Now they want to enjoy the chocolate. Not enjoy. Even if I feel hungry, I eat. But don't tell it to anyone else that I eat. It is anyways getting recorded live on YouTube. Because see, once it happened, one girl, the booby, I don't know, maybe she did not have anything or I don't know. She fell only directly. Normally, we have a habit of giving break at 10 o'clock or 10:30, depending upon what faculty. So if you feel hungry in between that, what will you do? Better you go out, have no problem. One girl, I mean, during the class time only, she normally before me, whichever faculty took note, he used to give break at 9:30. I have an habit of giving at 10 o'clock.
Yes, same for us. 9:30
For
they
what?
used to get.
For everyone,
Both the
it's different.
Which both subject have it? Who and all took?
Each everything different. Some days for some classes we had Sunday holidays. Some classes compulsory Sundays are there.
Now, what do I understand by this? Should I give break like them? My for me the logic is very simple. Giving break logic is very simple. I don't have a habit at all of giving break. Trust me, promise I'm telling. For me, I don't have a habit at all. For me, logic is very simple. Because we have morning class, I understand. For me, logic is if I feel that the class is getting bored, I give break. Or else I'll not give break. I'll just continue 5 hours, 6 hours. No matter is there. Yeah, but I mean, morning time, so it happens because of hunger. Huh?
We have classes happening 12:30. You won't give break.
Yeah, full I'll take one session. Write down what you are looking at, write down co-ownership. Which one's green? Butterfly. Can't go. Go. Inaichi. Continue. Co-ownership heading you have done. Write this. Co-ownership heading you have done. Write this. La 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 la. But for me, problem is when I see someone eating, I also feel like eating. I'll put evil eyes. Someone should pay. I carry a lot of things in my bag to eat. I feel like hungry. Suddenly I feel hungry.
Carry for us also, sir, here.
Yeah, sure. Hey, fast you write. This is done now, Parikuri. What? Oh, I only showed it now. You will be responsible if you get short marks in exam. Okay? Those who have completed writing, solve question number Prem. Next question, after Ruchi, there is one question called as Prem. Please solve Prem's question. Heading is nothing only, Sunti, co-ownership or joint ownership. Gube, you are telling writing takes time, skills Corona. Now, different people take different time. Whoever completes first in the classroom and take that person's time. It makes sense. You will take 2 years to write. The only reason I make you write is so that your speed should increase. No, I don't know what this Gube person, someone, I think he is not online anymore. He sends me a message, sir, I attended your exam, your classes in April 2024 online. Do you remember me? In YouTube, he is putting one message.
Say yes.
Said yes only that time. Rohit, done. Fast you should write, Rohit. Hey, by the way, how many of you have taken CS because you wanted to do CS? Others, why did you take? How many just randomly, sir? What is there in CS? How many took because your parents told or? No. Mostly you have taken CS because you wanted to do. But why did you get this feeling? Only CS you should do. Why not CA? They like theory. They don't like the subject. So you had Suraj sir's class, then Christopher sir took what?
He was
Partly taken by
because there was no staff to accommodate the initial time.
Yeah. So only I also took for 2 days. But they had announced the batch, it seems.
Yeah, they did.
They had announced the batch, so they had to start that. That person who was supposed to come, one day before only he said that because of medical issues he will not be able to come. Who knows? Some Google only. Question number 7. What is the question telling? Prem owns a house in Madras. During the previous year 24-25, 2/3 of the house was self-occupied and 1/3 of the house was let out for residential purpose for 8,000 rupees per month. Municipal value is 3 lakh, fair rent is 2,70,000, standard rent is 3,30,000. He paid municipal taxes at 10% of municipal value during the year. A loan of 25 lakh rupees was taken by him during the year 2020. Interest paid is 1,20,000. Now what is happening over here? Partly let out, partly self-occupied, area wise. If it is area wise, divide everything in the proportion of let out and self-occupied. How much is let out? 1/3, and 2/3 is self-occupied. Fast you do. You don't have to write municipal value completely now. Now you write MV, BV, right? It will hardly take 5 minutes for you to write. Not even 5 minutes. 5 minutes is too much. 2 minutes. Today I am planning to complete this chapter, but looking at you guys, I don't feel I'll be able to. Speed is too high. So everything should be divided in the proportion of let out and self-occupied. Hey, once it is done, no, please do next question. Now, what is the name of the assessee? Mr. Prem. Previous year 24-25. Assessment year 25-26. Hey, please note, whatever we are studying, for next year, no, there will be changes. I hope you are understanding. Income tax law changes will happen only once in a year. Okay. So next year there will be changes. If anyone plans to write later, you will have to watch amendment something. Municipal value is how much? Here I will have to divide because it is partly this area wise self-occupied and let out. Let out is 1/3, self-occupied is 2/3. So can I, please note. Can I directly start for self-occupied? Can I directly start from net annual value, taking net annual value to be equal to 0? Why, sir? Because for self-occupied property, NAV is 0. For self-occupied property, NAV is 0. Now I have interest on loan. In our question, they have given interest on loan is 1,20,000. So this is for the entire house. Interest on loan they have given 1,20,000. This is for the entire house divided by 2. So for self-occupied will be 2/3. Let out portion it will be 1/3. 2/3 of this is 8,000. Let out portion it is 40,000 rupees. So interest on loan I will subtract 40,000. So income from house property for a let out property will be negative 0, 40,000 rupees negative. Income from house property for a let out property will be what's 40,000 rupees of loss. For self-occupied property, 80,000 rupees. I'm sorry. 80,000 rupees loss. Loss of 80,000 rupees for self-occupied property. Why, sir? NAV will be 0. Because NAV is 0, there is no standard deduction. But interest is paid. So because interest is there, interest will be allowed based on let out and self-occupied proportion. For let out property, for let out portion, what is municipal value? Can I say 3 lakh is municipal value into how much is let out? 1/3 is let out. So how much will I write? 1 lakh. Similarly, here I will take 2,70,000 into 1/3, which is 90,000. Whichever is higher is 1 lakh. Then I have 3,30,000 into 1/3, which is 1 lakh 10,000. Expected rent will be 1 lakh rupees. Actual rent will be 8,000 per month into 12 months. Whichever is higher is 1 lakh. Municipal taxes is 10% of municipal value. Municipal value is 1 lakh into 10% is 10,000. Net annual value will be 90,000. Standard deduction is 9 3 is 27,000. 40,000. 23,000. Net income from house property is how much, sir? 57,000 loss. Loss of 57,000. How many of you got this answer? Your answer is right. Others, you are not trying only in life. Divide. What is municipal value? 3 lakh.
Tax we are calculating, we should not divide it in proportion and we have to
Do that also I'm telling you. So municipal value is how much? 3 lakhs. Correct. Municipal value is 3 lakh into 10% into 1/3. Already we have divided that when taking municipal values, so I will directly 10%. Done? Copied? Done? Srimati Rajalakshmi, tell me the answer for next question. Srimati Rajalakshmi. Now see what is this question telling? Srimati Rajalakshmi owns a house property at Adiyar, Chennai. Municipal value is 5 lakhs. Fair rent is 4 lakh 20,000. Standard rent is 4 lakh 80,000. Is there any change? Can I say every question same information they are giving? You should take municipal value, fair rent, whichever is layer, etc. Then the property was let out for 50,000 rupees up to December. Up to December month it was let out for 50,000. Up to December means still end of December it was let out for 50,000 rupees per month. Thereafter the tenant vacated the house property and Srimati Rajalakshmi used the house for self-occupation. After that it was vacated and Srimati Rajalakshmi used the house for her own occupation. The rent for the months of November and December could not be realized in spite of owner's effort. Even after putting effort, the owner could not realize the rent for November and December. So that means it is unrealized rent. She paid municipal taxes of 12% during the year. She had paid interest of rupees 35,000 for loan borrowed for repairs of the house property. So 35,000 interest she has paid on the loan which is taken for the purpose of repairs. Computer income from house property. Now can I say this is partly let out, partly self-occupied time wise? Correct? No, till December it was 9 months it was let out and 3 months it is self-occupied. So how do I do the computation? Compute the income from house property as if the house property was let out for full year. Correct? Compute, but rent will be taken only for let out portion. Compute fast. To take 2 minutes. Next answer you are telling positive, negatives. So next one. Ajnabi. How much you got for it? Next question. You also do Sudhi, will get the answer Tarkuri. Sunday till 3 o'clock, sir. Ranjan. You, Gube, you sitting in the classroom, not sitting in the classroom is same. From tomorrow, anyways, you will be busy in the classroom also. Class representative, message which you are allowed to do. We will see. Okay, tomorrow bet. If you don't touch your phone from 7:30 to 12:30, except break in the classroom. I'll not take class beyond 12:30. Okay. This time. I'll see for 1 week. For 1 week, if you follow this, for next 1 week, I'll leave the class exactly at 12:30. The competition, no, sir. Josh is coming. Screen is black. I got scared. I would have done contribution. Price the ticket. If you see, this is how this ticket will come to our backend team. To raise the ticket, it will go to their backend team. I think you have seen that video before starting the class. November and December. Admula. That's it. Now please see. Srimati Rajalakshmi. I don't know why I am doing also so easy questions. Hearts or hearts. Someone is sending too many hearts to me. Right. Srimati Rajalakshmi. She is where, sir? In Adyar, Chennai. Previous year 24-25 assessment year 25-26. Particulars rupees. Municipal value is what, sir? Municipal value is 5 lakhs. Parent is 4 lakh. 20,000. Whichever is higher is. Yeah, whichever is higher is 5 lakhs. Standard rent is how much? 4 lakh. Whichever is less is 4 lakh. What is my actual rent? 50,000 rupees per month. For how many months? For 9 months till December. Minus 2 months it was vacate. 2 months it was vacate. 1 lakh. Yavado? 3,50,000. So I will take gross annual value to be equal to whichever is higher, 4 lakh. 8,000. Municipal taxes they have told how much, sir? 12%. Municipal value is 5 lakh into 12%. How much? So my net annual value is 4 lakh 20,000. 4 lakh 20,000 into 20%. Sorry, 30%. 4 lakh 20,000 into 30% is how much, sir? 1 lakh. And interest on loan, sir. Loan should be interest on loan should be 30,000, no, sir, because loan is for repairs.
30.
If the loan is for repairs, I should take only 30,000. Why are you taking 35,000? Because if it is assumed that this property is let out for full year, correct? No, it is not a self-occupied property. So therefore, what is the income? 2,59,000. The income from house property is 2,59,000. Taxation those. Sudhir. Actually, you know, Isha, the reason of this attitude, it is because of Sunday. Why our body is feeling like this? And it is because of Sunday. If it would have been Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you would have not felt like this. Because of Sunday, automatically our brain knows Sunday means there should be there, nothing should be there in night. Brain. Is it done? Copied? Tell me the answer for Mr. Ajnabi. I'll explain this question. Very good question, very good question. Ek Ajnabi. Now, Ingepa. Mr. Ajnabi, very good question it is. Ingepa, everyone. Mr. Ajnabi has a house property in Kochi. Online friends, you have not given answer for even one question online friends. Mr. Ajnabi has a house property in Kochi. The house property has two equal dimensions. So he has a house property. This house property has two equal dimensions. So this is divided into, the house property has two equal dimensions of residential units. Unit 1 is self-occupied for the entire year. Let me call this unit, first one as unit 1, this one I'll call as unit 2. Unit 1 was self-occupied and unit 2 was let out. Can I say 50% is self-occupied, 50% is let out? Now, before reading the question further, can I say it is self-occupied, partly let out, partly self-occupied? Area wise, one building, 2 floors. Can I, by doing this much only, can I say it is partly let out, partly self-occupied area wise? Some portion of the house is let out and some portion is self-occupied. It is not time wise. Time wise was Rajalakshmi case. This is area wise. Correct? No? Two equal dimensions. Unit 1 is self-occupied throughout the year. Unit 2 is let out for 9 months. Unit 2, unit 1 is always self-occupied. Unit 1 is always self-occupied. Unit 2 is let out for 9 months and remaining 3 months it was self-occupied. Oh, problem is there. First of all, it is partly let out, partly self-occupied property. And in that also unit 2 which is there, no. In that also what has happened? Unit 2 which is there, no, it is let out for 9 months and self-occupied for 3 months. Compute the income from house property, municipal tax, municipal value, fair and standard deduction. Municipal taxes only 60% was paid by assessee, that is owner. Interest is 40,000. Expenditure on repairs is 20,000. Compute. 25,800 is the right answer, I think. Others, please solve, please solve, please solve. This property is a partly let out, partly self-occupied, and the let out portion is let out time wise. First of all, the entire property is partly let out and partly self-occupied for area wise. 50% is let out, 50% is self-occupied. On top of that, the unit number 2, the let out portion which is there, that is let out time wise. For 9 months it was let out, for 3 months it was self-occupied. In one question only they are asking 2 questions. Okay, how do I do the computation? Can I say if the let out portion which is partly let out, partly self-occupied for time wise, can I say it should be assumed that it is let out for full year? Can I do the computation? So basically what you are supposed to do, compute proportionately. Let out portion, self-occupied portion, whatever is there, divide 50%, 50%, you will get the answer. Now try fast, you will get the answer, immediately you will get the answer. From where will you minus? From where will you minus? From what amount? Why will you minus? 25,800 is the right answer. One more minute I'll give you. One more minute I'll give you. Because mostly everyone has got the answer. Oh, so many questions are there to solve. Okay. Mr. Ajnabi, Previous year 24, 25, assessment year 25, 26. Particulars. Unit 1. Let out and self-occupied. Can I say self-occupied? I can directly start with NAV. For self-occupied, can I say NAV is always 0? I'll take only interest deduction, which is 40,000 is the total interest. 40,000 is the total interest. I'll take 20,000 deduction. And for let out portion, I'll take everything now. All these things I'll take only 50% of the amount. Municipal value will be 1 lakh. Fair rent will be 80,000. So whichever is higher is 1 lakh. Standard rent is 1 lakh 50,000. Expected rent will be how much, sir? Whichever is less. Actual rent is how much is actual rent? 9 months into 10,000 per month, 90,000. Gross annual value is 1 lakh. Municipal taxes, they say 60% is only paid by the owner. So my municipal value is 1 lakh into 10% into 60%, which is only 6,000. I'll subtract because the owner paid only 60%. I'll get this 94,000. Standard deduction is 94,000 into 30% is 28,000. And 20,000 rupees is interest on loan. So one house property is loss, another house property is income of. Income from house property is what, sir? 25,800. Income from house property in this question is 25,800 rupees. Done. Tell me answer for question number 11. Grandfather Gube. Question number 11. Neeraj, you will get right answer. Try. If you don't try it, or you will not get genuinely, you will not get anything. Nearly try, you will get right answer. Trust me, you will get right answer. Name right from the beginning. Question number 11. Question number 11.
Then, sir,
Question number 11. You were doing question number 10. What are you doing there? All the three properties are self-occupied. So how are you calculate?
Which house should be opted as self-occupied?
Let's see. One and a half hours discussion is pending. I can take class till 2 o'clock. 76. 76,775. Wrong, sir. I don't know how come you are doing this question also. Interest on interest should not be taken. You have not started on this year. What is the point, Sundari? Maybe I don't know. 79,500. Wrong. Your NAV must be right. What is the NAV? Interest is the mistake. Wrong. Now, Mr. Dilip is a co-owner of a house property with his grandfather Katrina. Municipal value is 1,60,000. Pay rent is 1,50,000. Standard rent is 1,70,000. Actual rent is 15,000 per month. Loan is taken for construction and the interest is charged. How much, sir? 25,000. Out of which 21,000 is paid. I don't care. Interest is allowed as deduction whether it is paid or not. So full interest will be allowed. The interest on unpaid interest is 450 rupees. This is penal interest, not allowed as deduction. Interest on interest is not allowed as deduction. To repay this loan, Dilip and his grandfather have taken a fresh loan, and the interest charge on that fresh loan is how much, sir? 5,000. So total interest is how much? 30,000. Municipal taxes is 5,100 paid by tenant. Because it is paid by tenant, I will not take. What is the answer? The answer. Interest is mistake, sir. How much have you taken interest? Why? Interest on fresh loan can I not take? Array, standard deduction, some concept like this is there. So, calculator will not help you. Solve. That is why I told you solve. You will get the answer. Wrong. So, municipal value is 1,60,000. Pay rent is how much, sir? 1,50,000. Whichever is higher is 1,50,000. We have not even started income tax. These questions also, if you are not doing, then what will you do? I don't know. Expected rent is how much? 1,60,000. Actual rent is 15,000 into 12, which is 1,80,000. Gross annual value is 1,80,000. Municipal taxes is how much, sir? Not there. But paid by tenant. It should be paid by owner. A municipal taxes is paid by tenant, it should be paid by owner. So my net annual value is 1,80,000. I'll subtract from this. Standard deduction, how much, sir? 180 into 30%, 50? 4,000. Interest on loan is how much? What is this? Income from house property is 96,000. If this is the income from house property, in case of co-owned property, whatever income you get, that should be divided between each co-owner proportionately. Dilip and Katrina. Dilip is 48. 48. Okay, not okay. Okay, not okay. Okay, yeah. Sri Lakshmi, I think you're not attending class completely. You're coming in bits and pieces and attending. The last question, by expenditure on repairs is not subtracted. If you have attended this standard deduction part, I told repairs, electricity, whatever expenses are there, they will never be a deduction. Because they are giving you flat 30% of NAVs. House 2 and 3 should be self-occupied. What is the income from house property? Wrong. Hey, done? Copy that. This is a very good question. This will do, but first I'll explain one concept. First one concept I'll explain, because lot of questions only we are doing in life. One small concept I'll explain. It's what of the concept. What is this concept called, sir? Section 25. Look. Section 25. A. It talks about what, sir? Taxability of arrears of rent taxability of arrears of rent and unrealized rent. Next concept, small concept. Taxability of arrears of rent and unrealized rent. Okay, what do you mean by arrears of rent? Unrealized rent means you know. What do you mean by arrears of rent? What do you mean by arrears of rent?
We can recover.
Now see, unrealized rent means tenant stayed but did not pay the rent. Correct? What is arrears? If arrears is rent due, then what is rent receivable? If arrears of rent is rent due, then what is rent receivable?
We pay the rent, but unrealized is bad debt, right?
So he may pay the rent means as if now he has not paid. He may pay it.
He may pay, he had given an amount.
What is rent receivable?
Or may not be paid.
So it is somewhere in between unrealized and rent receivable. Now please see. Arrears of rent means what, sir? Now, let us say father-in-law. Father-in-law again. Please. Girl name I will not take. Sir, your name, sir. Last fill. Abhishek. Abhishek. Now Abhishek. I have given a house on rent to Abhishek. So Abhishek. So I have given my house on rent to whom, sir? Abhishek, I can take your example, right? So I have given one house on rent to Abhishek. Now Abhishek was texting someone. When Abhishek was texting someone, I was explaining a concept. Now because I was explaining a concept, nothing. You continue. Continue. Now I gave my house on rent to whom, sir? Abhishek. I gave my house on rent to Abhishek. Now please see what happened. Abhishek has a practice of giving me rent once in 6 months. He's staying in my property from almost 6-7 years. He has a practice of giving me rent once in 6 months. Now, rent amount was how much? 25,000. So monthly rent was 25,000. So now 6 months period got over. So it was around 2nd of October. On 2nd of October, I went to Abhishek house. Okay, from 1st of April 24 till 30th of September 24, 6 months period is there. For this 6 months period, I went to Abhishek on 2nd of October for rent. So I went around in the evening time. It was around 7:15 in the evening. So at evening time, I went to Abhishek. I went to Abhishek. At that time, Abhishek was busy talking to someone on call. He was busy. He was in the balcony. He was talking on the call. And of course, because he was talking to someone, I was sitting inside the hall area, etc. I was sitting in that area. I was sitting. Now Abhishek is talking. I waited for 5 minutes. I waited for 10 minutes. No, he was busy talking. Roaming around, maybe Sona. I was busy talking to someone. Okay. Tanglam. What is Tangam only? Tangam. Then what else do you call? He was busy talking. Yes, Tangam, I can do this for you. I can do this for you. I can take more for you. I can take honey for you. So he was busy talking to someone on the call. Hey, by the way, what do you call? One is Tangam you call? Tangam you call? Then Tangam. Chalam. Chalam means? Cute. Chalam. And one more thing is there. Very small word. I have no idea. Last batch they taught me, I forgot. Tell me some more names like this. Pattakutti. Pattukutti. Pattukutti means cute baby. Sweet baby, cute baby. Ammukutti, ye. Pattukutti. Then there is a very good word. Ignore. What do you call, sir? What do you call her? Okay. So Abhishek was calling that Ammukutti, Pattukutti, Tangam, whatever that person is. So he was talking to her, baby. Tonight I'll get stars for you. Control your emotions. What you are doing. Okay, he was talking. Hey, he was talking to someone on call. And I was waiting for him. Almost 20 minutes got over and he is still roaming around, dancing around and talking to that person. And I'm saying him. Then he got frustrated. I told him, I make a mistake. Knock the door. Yes, sir. He said, check, where is check? He told the table. On the table he had kept that, he had already kept the check over there. He told sir, on table, check is there. I saw the check, 25,000 into 6 months, how much? 1,50,000 was the check amount, and I saw the check. Yeah, I said okay, fine. Then I told him, from today the rent will be increased from 25,000 to 30,000. Okay, he was on that side. I told from today rent will be increased from 25,000 to 30,000. He said, he said like this. So I told him, I did action. From today, rent will be increased by 5,000 rupees. I did action also. From today, rent will be increased by 5,000 rupees. I did action like this. He said, okay. From the other side, he said, okay. Then I left. Now what happened, sir? I came back. I went back to him. It was 1st of April 2025. 6 months. After 6 months, I have to. So 1st of April 2025, I went to him, and this time, luckily, he was not talking, he was not on call, etc. He was just normally available over there. So he gave me a check. He gave me a check of 1,50,000 rupees. He gave me a check of 1,50,000. I said, no. Why 1,50,000? I said, sir, 30,000 into 6 months, it is 1,80,000. You should give me a check of 1,80,000. He said, what 1,80,000? The rent is 25,000, right? So 25,000 into 6 months, it is 1,20,000. So it is 1,50,000 check. I said, no, correct. The rent was 1,50,000. I mean 25,000 per month. But last time when I came, I had told that from today the rent will be increased by 5,000 rupees. I told you that the rent will be increased by 5,000 rupees, and therefore you should give me 30,000 into 6 months, which is 1,80,000. He said, no, sir. When did you tell me? He said, sir, when did you tell me? I said, see, that time, no. When I came, you were on call. You're talking to someone, and therefore I told you, and you did action also like this. He said, no. I don't agree. There was no communication at all. You are lying. There was no communication. I said, no. Actually, you were talking to someone on that day. I came on 2nd of October. I remember evening 7 o'clock I had come. So at that time you were talking to someone, and I told that rent will be increased, and you did action. You by hand movement you showed yes, okay, no problem. He said, no, but have you sent me a message? Is it written somewhere? No, but it was agreed. So now here what is happening? I am telling that you are supposed to pay me 30,000 rupees per month. He is telling I will pay only 25,000 rupees per month. Okay, not. So there is a rent of 30,000. How much is the difference? 5,000 rupees per month or 30,000 rupees. This rent is under dispute. There is this rent of 30,000 rupees which is under dispute. This rent is under dispute. This is called as arrears of rent. What is arrears of rent, sir? Rent under dispute. Hey, what is arrears of rent? The rent under dispute will be called as arrears of rent. Hey, okay, not okay. Now what will happen? We'll go to court. So we go to court, and I put a case on him telling that he's not paying me rent of 30,000 rupees. And accordingly, we are going to a court. Now, court will decide whether it should be paid or not paid, etc. Now we are in the court. I am giving my whatever. What do I give? A bayan in what is this? Affidavit of the book. No, I am giving my. I am fighting my case. I am telling what is there from my side. I am giving my facts of the cases, etc. Okay, I am telling, sir, this is what happened, sir. I told the judge, my lord. See, my lord. So he is staying in my property from last 7 years. And last October, I increased the rent from 25,000 to 5,000 rupees, by 25,000 to 30,000 rupees. So 5,000 increment was there. And at that time, he agreed for it. He showed action that yes, it is agreed, etc. Then now when I am asking him to pay the money, he is not paying that extra money. He said, who said no? He started talking. He started telling, sir, my lord, if there is any agreement like that, don't you think, my lord, he should be telling me in some or the other way? So he should have sent me a message, or he should have made an agreement for that. You see, sir, there is no such agreement at all. If it was agreed between us, we should have had a call, or we should have had a talk, or one message should have been exchanged. Nothing happened like that, sir. Nothing happened. So judge asked, Mr. Dilip is telling that you have not communicated at all. No, sir. I said, yes, sir. I have not communicated through any letter or through any message, but orally I had communicated, sir. And he told okay also. He said, no, sir. I never told okay to anything, sir. I never told okay. Then I explained the entire story. See, sir, it was on this day, 7:30 in the evening. I went to that place and he was talking to someone on call. And this thing happened that I took that check, and after taking the check, I told from today the rent will be increased by 5,000 rupees. Then he told, sir, see, sir, he's telling that I was on a call. If I was on a call, how will I answer to him? If I'm on a call, how will I answer to him? I said, wait, sir, wait. Yes, I agree he was on a call. No, because he was on a call, when I told him, he did not listen. He told, I'm not able to listen. He did action like this. Therefore, in action only, I told him from today the rent will be increased by 5,000 rupees. By action only, I told him that from today the rent will be increased by 5,000 rupees. And he did action like this. Okay, that means he also agreed for this. He told, no, sir. I thought he told from today after 5 days Diwali is going to come. I thought that from today after 5 days Diwali is going to come. I thought that. Therefore, I said, okay. I never thought that he's increasing the rent. I said, no, sir, he's lying. He's lying. If he has seen the action, if he agrees that I have shown the action to him, that means he's lying, sir. He said, no, sir. I'm not lying. Judge is lying, sir. Do you have a proper proof? I said, sir, maximum proof which I can give is at that time he was talking to someone on call. You just check his phone, sir. If he's talking to someone at that period, at that time, 7:15 to 7:30 period, that means I'm not lying. How will I know? How will I know whether he's talking to someone or not? So just check the whatever the bank, not bank statement, sorry, policy. And then judge found yes, he was talking to someone. Judge says that, see, sir, you are talking to someone. Whatever he's saying is like is not a lie. He told, sir, you check my call history for all the days. Every day during that time I'm speaking to someone. It's not only on that day. Every day on that time I'm speaking to someone. So he would have seen me talking. He knows that I am talking to someone during that period. So he's just like, sir, yes, this may also be true. Mr. Dilip, this also may be true. And I said, sir, last chance which I have, the last opportunity which I have is, why don't we check with that person with whom he was speaking? Maybe he has not heard. Maybe the person who is there on the other side would have heard that I told him to increase the rent. Maybe he was in some mood. I mean, maybe he was in that, how do you say, feeling, huh? Maybe he was in some feeling in his word, therefore he would have not heard. Why don't we ask that fellow with whom he was speaking? Judge says, yeah, that is the last opportunity which you have in it. And therefore judge called that person. Okay, now almost 2 years has passed. Court case takes long period of time. Now almost how many periods? 2 years has passed. Now, judge called that person, that Amukuti, Malukuti. So judge called that person. Now that person came to the courtroom. The person came to courtroom. By this time, that person became Abhishek's ex. By this person, that person became Abhishek's ex. So now court asked that, the judge asked that fellow that, yes, sir, this is what happened. Dilip says that all these things, I mean, he has increased the rent, but Abhishek is telling, no, it is not increased, etc. So Dilip is telling, have you heard by any chance? Because you were on the call, he was speaking to you. Have you by any chance heard Dilip telling that the rent is increased by 25,000, from 25,000 to 30,000, by 5,000 rupees the rent is increased? Now she told, yes, sir, I heard. This person is a cheater, sir. He cheated me also. This person is a cheater, sir. He cheated me also. Yes, I heard, sir. Dilip had told me. That Dilip has told him that the rent has been increased by 25,000 to 30,000. There was contrary emotions. But he is lying, sir. I heard. She agreed. Okay, not. Now after 2 years, I am receiving this rent. There was a rent which was under dispute. Correct, not correct? There was a rent which was under a dispute. Now this rent I received after 2 years. Lawmaker says it will be taxed. Arrears of rent means rent under dispute. If there is any rent under dispute, and if you receive it, then the year in which you receive it, it will be taxed. And that will be taxable under which head, sir? It will be taxable under the head income from house. You understood what is arrears of rent? Arrears of rent means rent under dispute. It will be taxable under income from house property in the year in which it is received. Similarly, unrealized rent is the rent which I am never going to receive. Let us say I gave the property on rent to Afnan. Now he is supposed to pay me the rent. He did not pay me 2 months rent and he left. He left the property. Okay. Now, after 5-6 years, Afnan came to me. He told me, sir, now I am married. Congratulations. Very good. He said, sir, do you remember I did not pay you the rent for 2 months when I had taken the property on rent from you? I said, yes, I remember. I don't forget faces like you. So I said, yes, I remember you had not paid me. Sir, I want to give you that rent today. So there is an unrealized rent. That rent is received by me today. Lawmaker says, unrealized rent and arrears of rent will be taxable in the year when it is received. Okay, not okay? Okay, not okay? Right. Heading. Arrears of rent and unrealized rent. Write down arrears of rent and write down section 25A, taxability of arrears of rent and. Yeah, have you understood the meaning of arrears of rent and unrealized rent? Now, how much is taxable, sir? Lawmaker says very simple. How much did you receive? 30,000 into 30% will be, 70% will be taxable. How much will be taxable? Amount received into 70%. What will be taxable? Amount received into 70% will be taxable. Sir, why, sir? 70% only. If I would have received this money at that time, I would have given standard deduction of 30%. Correct? If I would have received that money at that time, I would have got standard deduction. So they are reducing that standard deduction and taxing only 70%. Right now. Write down fast. What happens, Sundri? Better to write, you are telling her. Yeah, Tarkuri, everyone I am feeling the same thing. They go, they can go and do back also. Who based only? गली गली तेरी राह चली हुई रे na 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 na. Yeah, I know.
Very known languages.
This is known language only. Tu hi re. Hey, correct this song. Tere bina मैं कैसे जी. Padrilla. Yeah, I know, Sundri. What do you think? Go away. Before being a teacher, I was a singer. I was singing in bathrooms. My bathroom, go away. Not bathrooms means problem will happen. You take bath, I'll sing for you. Ante, हाँ, मजा आएगा. हाँ, go away. Bathroom singer ante. Afnan once told me, sir, call me to a live performance. Hey, go away. मजा आएगा. Song. What is the name, Sundri? What is the name, Sundri? Harshi. Laugh. Girls have weird laugh. Some girls, okay. Huh? I laugh.
Laugh once.
Oh, that's not. One girl is there. One girl was there, okay, in class. That go away like a donkey, she was laughing. Yeah, some girls laugh like this. Yeah. I mean, boys also, baby. So they're laughing. Yeah, genuinely, I'm telling. Yeah, promise, I'm telling. She laughed like that. Huh? Yeah, genuinely. That is go away laugh. My laugh is completely different. My laugh. Rashi sir has taken class to you. Karthik sir. You ask Rashi sir, okay, if he takes by any chance. How will laugh? No, that does not come like that. Yeah. I'll show on the audio if you want. My laugh is recorded, you know. I mean, I don't. Some people are there. They like see that Harshini. What her name is? Harshini. Harshini. Then they'll get scared of laughing. I have no problem at all. I laugh like Tarukuri. I mean, I laugh openly. Meaning I don't mind what others feel, what others will say about that. That is it. I'll on audio I'll share. तू ही रे तेरे बिना मैं कैसे जिया जा रे कन्मणि Hey, done. You are still writing up. Audio. I am also waiting for that audio. Where it is, I don't know. Live that does not come naturally. It should come naturally. Sorry. When I was with them, I think it was in the month of February somewhere. Okay. Google, that is me only. Maja is there, no? Once we were thrown out of auto because of our laugh. Genuinely, I'm telling you. In Chennai only, 4 faculties, we were talking in Kannada. So we were going to Marina Beach. From here, we were all going to Marina Beach. Me, Rashi sir, Karthik sir, and one more faculty, Azad sir. Yeah. Yeah, they don't know. Hey, you come with me. I can make 5 people sit in an auto. That is the maja. Hey, you see, everyone is heavyweight champion. So we were going in auto. Okay, so we were all. So one faculty who was there, Hassan sir, he was from Sri Lanka. So when someone is not from India, you teach Indian languages to them. And you know, if you don't know, for example, how many of you don't know Tamil? But you have a Tamil friend. Girls, you ignore. Boys, how many of you don't know Tamil? You all know. Okay. Let us say Neeraj does not know Tamil. Let us. You will be having some of your friend who does not know Tamil, correct? Let us say Dheeraj does not know Tamil. Now, when you are teaching Tamil to him for the first time, what will you teach? Correct. No, you understood. Correct. Now, and if Neeraj says that, it will be very funny. Correct? Not correct. When he says that, because he does not know how to pronounce it. So when he says it will be very funny. So same thing was happening. Don't say. Now same thing was happening over there. So I was sitting right next to auto driver. When you are sitting right next to auto driver, one hand should be not on the auto driver, but it should be only in that time. Now they are all teaching him, and I was also taking part in that particular activity. And he was laughing. I'm laughing. Auto driver was getting. He understood that these gurus are talking in Kannada. First of all, Kannada and Tamil is rival. Correct? No, Kaveri, Galata is there. So CSK problem is there. So this fellow, he tolerated from here, sir, this Anna flavor. He tolerated till maybe 1-2 kilometers. We went near that Geeta. We went there. Some main entrance is there, no, there he dropped us. So he tolerated. And he got angry, very angry. What happened to him? Something he told him. You got get out of it. He told, get out of this water. Then we had to come out of it. That is how it happens sometimes. No, of course we have to pay. In that too, in other state we are in other state, and in other state also if you don't have pay, problem is there. We paid 100 rupees. We paid. Greed was not paid. We paid some amount. He brought us somewhere near Express Avenue, somewhere in that area. But then we took one more auto. We went there. We have a place. This road you see corner. Which road, sir? Okay, please note, those who are completed writing, please solve this question. This road, Raj Bhavan road is there. In the Raj Bhavan, the last dead end, there is one road. Correct? There is, semicircle, not actually circle, but semicircle is there. This place, we call it as laughing circle. Laughing circle, we call that place as laughing. There we laugh for almost 3-4 hours. Problem is there. Mother is not very like. Tell me, students, tell me. Sir, how Sri Lankan faculty explain, please? Siripalaga. What is Siripalaga?
Yeah, like that.
No, I used to take part in different programs in my college days. There we used to do a lot of things. In classroom, we used to do this. I studied in boys. You were very naughty. Hey, tell me the answer. I was very notorious. In school days, I was very notorious. College days, I became a little serious. What is the answer? Fast, you should tell. Sunday. One answer you give, will leave. Why is this book doing something in there? Sir, what is rent receivable? Rent receivable is rent which you are supposed to receive, Sundari. Rent receivable is rent which you are supposed to receive, meaning that person has stayed and not paid the rent receivable. What is unrealized rent? He stayed, but he is not going to pay the rent. That is unrealized rent. He stayed, but he is not going to pay the rent. Unrealized rent. See, basically he stayed, but he is not paying the rent. That is rent receivable. Now, of that receivable portion, something is not paying at all. That is unrealized rent. Arrears is dispute is there. That increment was made or not made. Dispute is there. Arrears of rent. What is the answer? Yes, sir. Okay, 23,700 is exempt. 70% is taxable. What notes you are writing? Yes, sir. No. Arrears of rent is rent under dispute. You are telling I should not pay. It was never agreed. I am telling no, you should pay. So this is under dispute. It is. Receivable is you stayed. Let us say you stayed for 10 months. 1 month rent you are supposed to pay. You will pay it next month. Yeah, you will pay it. It is receivable for it. Unrealized rent, that 1 month rent you will not pay at all. Mr. Anand sold his residential house property in March 2024. Mr. Anand sold his residential house property in what, sir? March 2024. In June 24, he recovered rent of 10,000 from Mr. Gaurav, to whom he had let out his house for 2 years, from April 18 to March 20. He could not realize the rent for 2 months, which is 20,000. To that extent, his actual rent was reduced while computing the income from house property. Now, please note, there was a person whom he had rented the property. He did not pay rent of 20,000. Now he is paying 10,000 of that. Okay. Further, he had let out his property from April 20 to February 24 to Satish, and in April 22, he had increased the rent from 12,000 to 15,000. So there was an increment in the rent from 12,000 to 15,000 rupees, and the same was subject matter of a dispute. That 3,000 rupees is subject matter of a dispute. In September 24, the matter was finally settled, and Anand received 69,000 from Satish, which is arrears of rent. Now, please note, what is the answer for this? Taxable amount will be A, unrealized rent from Gaurav. How much is unrealized rent from Gaurav? B, arrears of rent from Satish, 69,000. Total is 79,000. Let's standard deduction. Standard deduction is how much, sir? Or else you can directly take 79,000 into 30%. Sorry, 70%, sorry. Income from house properties. This law does not give this format. Law directly says amount received into 70%.
So I did 70% and I did
For 10,000,
I also got
69,000. I did 10,000 into 70% and 69,000 into 70%. Then I added, it got 15,000.
See, wow. How? You can same Sudri, no problem. You can do whatever. Do whatever you want to do. You can do. Now, this I am doing to explain why 30% they are not taking. If I would have received in that year, I would have taken as standard deduction 30%. I can directly do 10,000 into 70%, 69,000 into 70% total. Total 79,000 and take 70%. I will not do only if I don't want to do. Question number 12. Homework question. Very important question. Question number 12. Any person who gives the right answer first will get a chocolate. Homework question. Any person who gives the right answer first will get a chocolate. Okay. I'll share my number to you. Okay. I'll stop this YouTube stream. I'll stop and I'll share this number. See, it came. Just go with too much dust is there. Okay, that is all from my side for the day. Online friends, let us meet tomorrow same time. Rent what? Today's over here. This chapter, no, there is something left. Let us meet tomorrow same time. Till then, tada, bye bye, take care, enjoy. Online friends, you can wait. Zoom students.